Welcome back to Warhammer Review Program. Tonight we're doing a deep dive covering the entire lore behind Demetrian Titus of the Ultramarines. Before we get into the video, as always, be sure to like, comment any videos, topics, ideas you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for your support. You guys have been killing it like usual. Now, let's get into the video.
The age of the Indomitus Crusade is not a dawn. It is a seizure. Reality shudders under the knife of the Great Rift, that howling wound the faithful call the cicatrix maledictum. Half the galaxy drowns in warp light, half staggers in its shadow, and across both halves, humanity keeps fighting the same wars. It has always fought, just louder, bloodier, with more of its own meat fed into the guns. The Imperium of Man is a corpse empire, wired to forgotten machines, its nerves made of astropathic shrieks, and its muscles of regiments that number in the billions. Every victory it wins is paid for with worlds, and all that sacrifice buys is the chance to keep losing a little more slowly. The Primarch Roboute Guilliman has clawed his way back from the edge of legend to find his father nailed forever to the Golden Throne, the galaxy torn open, and his vaunted realm of Ultramar reduced and scarred. So, he does what a Primarch does. He writes a new crusade across the stars in letters of fire, launches fleets into the howling dark, and orders that the old dream of 500 worlds under Ultramar's rule be dragged back into brutal, screaming life. This is the era in which Demetrian Titus returns to the front lines. This is the age in which he stops being just the angry blue bastard from a video game and becomes something much larger. A pivot point in a war too vast for human minds to hold in their entirety. He is born on the agri-world of Torrentus, a boy from a family so ordinary that history does not bother to record their names. He is chosen by the Ultramarines not because of noble blood or prophetic birth, but because a scout sergeant named Maturus looks into the eyes of a child walking through a battlefield and realizes that the boy does not understand what it means to be afraid. From that moment on, Titus keeps appearing in the worst places in the galaxy at exactly the worst times. He rises through the 10th Company, passes every trial, and is forged into an Astartes of the 2nd Battle Company. He serves as a sergeant in the command squad of Captain Lucian Trajan, wading into alien hordes so closely that he can feel their blood spray across his armor and watch their tactics fail in real time. It is on the burning world of Beta Arcturus that he first steps into the spotlight of Imperial record, chainsword snarling as he hacks through the wraithbone armor of Eldar aspect warriors while his captain duels an autarch. When Trajan is cut down in a cruel ambush, Titus is the one who leads the counterattack, carving a bloody corridor through the Xenos to recover his mentor's corpse and drive the invaders from the world. Because of that, he becomes captain. Not through ambition, not through politicking, but because somebody has to wear the mantle, and he has already proved he can walk into the worst kind of hell and walk back out dragging victory behind him like a corpse. Chapter Master Marneus Calgar makes his brevet rank permanent, and Captain Titus leads the vaunted 2nd Company to repeated victories against mutant, heretic, and alien alike. Then Grier happens. A forge world is a continent of machinery wrapped in a thin scab of human life. It takes uncounted millions of workers just to keep the titans and assembly lines breathing. Onto that vast, grinding altar, orcs fall like a green meteor storm. War Grimskull crashes into Grier with a tide of muscle and scrap iron, a war so massive that even Astartes looks small. Titus leads a strike force to relieve the beleaguered defenders, dropping into hive stacks packed with orcs, dense enough that the air is more spores than oxygen. Every corridor becomes a slaughterhouse. Bolter fire rips orcs apart in clouds of meat and bone fragments. Chainswords churn their bodies into red slurry that sluices down maintenance grates and clots in the teeth of the gears below. That would be enough horror for most worlds. Grier is not that fortunate. Beneath the orc invasion lies a darker design, a Chaos warband under Lord Nemeroth, and an experimental warp-powered device, a weapon that turns reality into tinder. Inquisitor Drogon carries the key to that power in his own flesh, and the demon riding his corpse uses Titus as a tool to reach it. Titus walks through warp storms that reduce mortal soldiers to screaming smears on the deck plating, stands in the heart of empiric blasts that should boil the marrow from his bones, and somehow endures. He is cut, burned, thrown from heights, buried under rubble, but the warp cannot get its hooks into him. He refuses to break, he refuses to kneel. In the end, he drags Nemeroth down, chains Ward and courage against a would-be demon prince, and hurls the Chaos Lord back into the hell that made him. From the outside, that looks like heroism of the highest order. From the cold vantage point of the Ordo Malleus, it looks like a problem. Inquisitor Jerome Thrax arrives upon Grier and sees not a savior, but an anomaly. Captain who has been tricked by a demon wearing an Inquisitor's skin, who has marched at the behest of the warp and then shrugged off its power as if it were nothing more than harsh weather. In a galaxy where whole regiments turn traitor after a single nightmare, where even Astartes can fall in moments to whispered promises, Demetrian Titus is somehow still completely himself. Thrax cannot accept that. He drags Titus away in chains, cloaked in all the authority the Inquisition can muster, and locks him in a stasis cell for more than a century. Whenever the captain wakes, it is to psychic knives scraping across the inside of his skull, to interrogations so invasive that lesser minds would simply burst. No trace of corruption is found. It is never enough. So the timeline already looks like this: Torrentus and the Fearless Child, Beta Arcturus, where he becomes a captain over Trajan's corpse, Grier, where orcs and chaos both fail to bend him, Thrax's oubliettes, where sanctioned, imperial cruelty fails to peel him open. Later, the Deathwatch fortress of Watcher Keep, where he hides his shame and his name as a black shield called Nullus, hunting aliens until a tyrannid Carnifex tears his body open on the death world of Kadaku. The Residius system, where he fights in the shadow of Hive Fleet Leviathan and is dragged half-dead back to an ultramarine strike cruiser to be reborn as a Primaris through the Calgarian rites. The Residius War, where as a newly minted lieutenant, he fights Tyranids and Thousand Suns around a Mechanicus project called Aurora. The damned mission to Zar-Uj, where a Tzeentch sorcerer freezes time and goes digging inside his head, only to find nothing she can use. And now, in the era of 500 worlds, the Vespator Front and the Necron horror named Necrosor Amentar, as Titus takes the captaincy of the Second Company once more and becomes master of the Watch, charged by Guilliman himself with defending the soft belly of Ultramar. That is the official spine of his life, as currently laid out in Codex entries, campaign books, White Dwarf features, and the Warhammer Community Chronicles. It is a path from mortal boy to Astartes sergeant, from sergeant to captain, from captain to chained prisoner, from prisoner to nameless Deathwatch killer, from Black Shield to Primaris lieutenant, and then back to the captaincy and a war far larger than anything he has ever faced. Some of those beats first appeared in games, in cutscenes soaked with orc gore and demon ichor. Others were codified later by the studio, folded into the great grinding mass of canon. Here is where we fix the lens before we go further. There are things about Demetrian Titus that are established facts. His birth on Torrentus under Ultramar's blue skies. His service in the Second Company from its rebuilding after the First Tyrannic War. His brevet captaincy on Beta Arcturus and permanent command thereafter. His resistance to warp energies on Grier. His century of torture under Thrax. His time as Nullus in the Deathwatch. His near death on Kadaku and rebirth as a Primaris through the Calgarian rites. His role in the Residius campaigns against Tyranids and Thousand Suns. His suicide run on Zar-Uj. His promotion back to captain. His elevation as master of the Watch, and his current command in the Ultramarian Reclamation and the War for the 500 Worlds. These are hammered into the setting with the weight of official publication. There are other things that are only ever implied. Why does the warp slide off him, like blood off ceramite? Why does a child on a battlefield have no concept of fear? Is he some kind of emergent psychic anomaly, an unrecognized evolution of the human soul? Did the Emperor's long-dead design of the Astartes leave a handful of sons like Titus scattered through the millennia, living blades honed specifically to cut the warp itself? Or is he simply what happens when a mind is so utterly, stupidly committed to duty that there is nothing left inside for the warp to grab? Those answers are not given. Any theories we explore in later chapters will be marked for what they are: speculation, in-universe guesses, the sort of whispered heresies that might get a remembrancer shot if the wrong commissar hears them. What matters now is this. In an age defined by cruelty, Demetrian Titus is a mirror held up to 3 different kinds of horror. Chaos comes at him first in the obvious ways, through demon lords and warp storms and sorcerers who throw nightmares like grenades. It hurls orcs at him by the million to wear down his body and his patience. It floods Grier with empiric energy, the sort of reality-shredding power that makes men explode from the inside, their organs boiling out through eye sockets in ropes of steaming offal. It offers him the same poisonous bargain it has always offered every proud warrior. Kneel and be made more. Kneel and be remade in immortal flesh. Kneel and rule. He answers by carving its servants into pieces, by denying a demon prince his apotheosis at the last moment, by forcing a Lord of Change sorcerer on Zar Uj to taste the terror she tried to inflict on him. The Imperium hurts him in ways that are quieter and more intimate, but no less vicious. It takes his victory on Grier and chains it to an interrogation slab. It lets an inquisitor carve through his memories again and again with psychic scalpels for longer than most mortal empires survive, because a captain who resists the warp more easily than he should is not a comfort, but an affront to dogma. It abandons him to obscurity in the Death Watch, letting him believe his chapter has turned its back on him. It promotes over him, forgets him, then drags him back into the light and uses him again. In the end, it hands him a task that would break lesser commanders: defend the heart of Ultramar while Guilliman spends lives like ammunition on the front lines, reclaim 500 worlds, while Tyranids, Chaos, and now Necrons all come sniffing for the taste of human blood. And Titus answers both cruelties the same way. He keeps killing the enemies handed to him. He keeps doing his duty. When he has to butcher orcs in their thousands, he does so. When he has to hold a line while Imperial Guard regiments dissolve into mud and entrails all around him, he does so. When he is told to drag a Geller field generator through a hellscape crawling with demon beasts and mutant zealots to reach a Tsench idol, fully expecting to die in the blast that will follow, he does so. When he is ordered to wear the burden of the Second Company again and stand between Ultramar and annihilation, he does so. The galaxy does not make him kinder, it simply makes him more efficient. Against this backdrop of endless industrial slaughter, the scale of his wars matters. Grier is not a skirmish. It is a forge world under the hammer of a warg, its titans half buried in rubble, its manufactoria choked with orc bodies stacked like cordwood. The Residius system is not a single battlefield. It is a knot of worlds being eaten by a tendril of Hive Fleet Leviathan, with warships and bioships dueling in orbit, while on the ground, Tyranid organisms strip flesh from bone and bone from rock in tides of chitin. Zar Uj is a whole world turned into a maze of cult shrines and warp infections, its population already half digested by Tzeentch when Titus drops in with barely enough men to crew a single Thunderhawk. The 500 worlds are not a romantic notion. They are a logistical nightmare of sub-sectors and campaign fronts. Every new conquest, a fresh set of mouths to feed. Every reclaimed manufactorum, another artery that must be defended or bled dry. In the middle of all of this, one armored giant in blue plate keeps showing up where the galaxy is, at its most disgusting, and refuses to die. If the lore feels messy, that is because it is. The story of Demetrian Titus is scattered through a dozen different mediums. Part of it was first told in a third-person action game, where you got to pulp orcs and chaos marines with a chainsword while the screen shook with gore. Part of it lives in a second game that drags him into the Fourth Tyrannic War as a Primaris lieutenant leading squads through seas of tyrannid biomass. Part of it appears in an animated anthology, in an episode built around a Tzeentchian sorcerer probing the fears of Astartes and finding that Titus simply does not have the kind of fear she understands. Part of it is laid out, more soberly, in a long article derived from a White Dwarf feature. More of it now spills out of the new campaign books for the War of the 500 Worlds. At the game table, you might push his miniature across a map of the Vespertor front, while on a screen somewhere, he is still slogging through orc blood on Grier. So in this chronicle, we are going to do something the Administratum would never permit if anyone told them. Plainly, we are going to take all those shards, all those campaign texts and mission briefings and cinematic moments, and hammer them into a single, brutal through line. We will mark clearly where the studio has spoken and where we are inferring, where the canon gives us a datum, and where we are standing in the ruins of a battlefield and making an educated guess based on the pattern of the bullet holes. We are going to treat Demetrian Titus not as a fan-favorite cameo, but as what he now obviously is, a locus of war in the era of the Great Rift. The question sitting at the heart of all of this is simple to state and impossible to answer cleanly. Is Titus just an extraordinarily stubborn Astartes, the kind of iron-willed bastard that occasionally crawls out of humanity's gene pool by accident? Or is he something the long war of the Emperor has deliberately shaped, a living answer to the warp, a weapon whose edge is made out of the absence of fear and the refusal to break? We cannot resolve that here. What we can do is show you the evidence. In the chapters that follow, we will walk from Torrentus to Beta Arcturus, from Grier's ruined forges to Thrax's torture cells, from the jungles of Kadaku to the grave world of Zauj, from the drowned systems of Bastior to the 500 worlds Ultramar is clawing back one corpse at a time. We will not flinch. When orcs are cut apart, we will talk about meat and shattered tusks grinding under armored boots. When tyrannids feed, we will talk about cities reduced to slick bones and acidic sludge. When inquisitors torture, we will talk about the taste of cauterized brain tissue and the way an Astartes screams when his memories are peeled back layer by layer. Chaos will be cruel. The Imperium will be cruel. Demetrian Titus will answer both with his own brand of cruelty, cold and precise and utterly loyal. If the Emperor ever did intend to make an ultimate weapon of flesh against the warp, this is what it would look like. A man who has every reason to hate his own empire and still chooses, again and again, to be its fist. That is why Titus matters, here and now, in the grim darkness of the era Indomitus. Torrentus called itself peaceful, the way a man with old scars called himself healed. From orbit, it was a world of green and gold, of grain seas combed by titanic harvest crawlers, of irrigation rivers glittering like veins of quicksilver between regimented fields. In the sermons of its priests and the pamphlets of its administratum scribes, Torrentus was held up as a jewel of Ultramar, an agri-world that fed not only its own teeming hab blocks, but also the ravenous front lines across a dozen war zones. The stories spoke of order, of discipline, of the 500 worlds of Gilliman's dream bound together by law and duty. Out beyond the crop lines, away from the neat-picked captures and statue-lined plazas, the truth bled through. Every horizon on Torrentus had a war on it. Some were old wars, ossified into customs and drill routines, planetary defense forces marching in endless parade practice, gunners cycling the barrels of macro batteries that had not fired at a real enemy in generations. Other wars were fresher. Patrols vanished in the hills when greenskin raiders tried their luck. Rogue psychers erupted into shrieking fires in the middle of a harvest festival. Once in a while, a ship emerged from the warp with the wrong colors on its hull and the wrong sigils burned into its flanks, and the sky above a continent became a killing field of contrails and falling wreckage. Torrentus was Ultramar in microcosm. It pretended at civilization, at safety, at the cold comfort of being part of something greater. Beneath that veneer lay the same reality that ruled the rest of the Imperium. Every full silo was an ammunition crate for some other world's war. Every conscription lottery that emptied a hab block was another fistful of bodies tossed into the galaxy's furnace. The planet did not breed living weapons, not deliberately, but its whole existence revolved around feeding them. In the aftermath of one such war, Scout Sergeant Matorus found the boy. The battlefield had been a wheat sea once. Now it was a churned expanse of mud and human wreckage, the stalks flattened and blackened, the soil soaked with promethium and blood until it clung to boots like rotten meat. Burned-out sentry tanks lay on their sides, tracks twisted, hulls punched through by weapons Torrentus was not supposed to face. The air was thick with the stench of cooked flesh and explosive residue, sweet and oily and cloying. Crows and carrion things, native only to this world, had already begun their work, hopping and skittering amid gasping men who had not yet realized they were dying. Matorus moved through this graveyard with his squad, a line of ultramarine scouts in camo cloaks and light armor, bolt pistols holstered, combat knives ready. They were the 10th Company's eyes, following the spoor of whatever force had crashed this little pocket of Ultramar's peace. Auspex readings spoke of warp taint. The dead spoke louder. Some of the bodies here were twisted wrong, bones elongated, mouths stretched into rictus smiles that showed too many teeth. The sigils painted on broken armor plates were not the simple glyphs of greenskin mobs or the crude scrawls of human rebels. They were more deliberate, more barbed, the sort of patterns that made the eye ache if you stared too long. The first thing Matorus saw of the boy was the knife. It was an Astartes combat blade, sized for the gauntlet of a warrior in power armor, not for a human hand. Someone had dropped it in the fight, or died with it still locked in their grasp. Now it hung point down from the fist of a child, the tip dragging a furrow through the mud. Each step the boy took pulled the edge through scraps of cloth and slumped limbs. Blood, half-dried, streaked the metal. Bits of something, unidentifiable, clung to the serrations, a few pale threads of tissue that might once have been part of a face. The boy moved as if none of it existed. He was small in the way battlefield debris is small, easy to overlook against the hulks of burned-out armor and the sprawled forms of dead soldiers. A plain tunic, caked to the knees in gore and soil. Bare feet, skin split and raw, where they had trodden over rocks and shell fragments and things less clean. His hair was matted, stiff with someone else's blood. His eyes were open. That was the part that stopped Matorus cold. Not the gore, not the knife, not the fact that a child was walking alone through a field of corpses, with the silent determination of an infantryman moving between trench lines. It was the eyes. They were not wide. They were not screaming. They did not dart about looking for help or fixate on the nearest adult like a drowning man lunging for a rope. They were flat, clear, watching. Matorus raised a hand, and his scouts froze. He moved forward alone, boots crunching over shattered plates and cracked skulls. The boy watched him come, head tilted slightly, as if evaluating whether this new giant was a threat or another part of the scenery. The knife did not waver. "Boy," Matorus said, his voice a low growl that carried easily across the dead. "Stop!" The child stopped. He did not flinch. He did not look at the bodies around him for reassurance, or at his own hands to understand what he held. He looked up, met the gaze of a transhuman killer whose shadow swallowed him whole, and waited. "You should be screaming," one of the scouts muttered over the squad vox, reverent and unnerved at once. Mataras hushed him with a flicker of a thought transmitted down the link. "What is your name?" the sergeant asked. "Demetrian Titus," the boy said. His voice was hoarse from smoke and thirst, but steady. "My family is gone." There was no tremor on the last word, no crack, stated it like a report. Mataras took the knife from his hand. The fingers resisted, not fiercely, but with a stubbornness that made the sergeant's skin crawl in a way grenades and bolter fire no longer could. The boy let go only when he chose to. "You were afraid," Mataras said, searching for some sign of delayed shock. "No," the child answered. "There was nothing left to be afraid of." Later, much later, Mataras would struggle to put into words what he felt in that moment. He had seen courage. He had seen numbness. He had seen children so broken that nothing registered anymore. This was none of those. This was something harder, denser, like a sliver of iron lodged inside the heart. A soul that had never learned the shape of fear, and therefore could not wrap itself around it. He would tell his superiors, in the language of duty, that the boy should be given to the chapter, that a spirit like this, if not aimed properly, would find its own targets. A child who leaves a battlefield without screaming might one day walk back onto it with a weapon in hand. Better that the weapon serve Ultramar than anyone else. The quiet dread that came with that realization never left him. Even decades later, when both of them wore ceramite and Demetrian Titus towered over his old scout sergeant, Mataras would sometimes look at the captain and see not the warrior he had become, but the barefoot child in bloody fields. The Ultramarines did not lack for aspirants. On a dozen worlds across Ultramar, boys and young men were weighed, measured, broken, and reforged in the hope that 1 in 1,000 might survive to stand in blue armor. Torrentus was no exception. Conscript barracks that once trained regiments for the Imperial Guard now served as hunting grounds for the 10th Company's recruiters. Strength, reflexes, intellect, faith, all were tested. Few passed. Fewer still did so without flinching. Titus moved through those trials like he was walking through that first battlefield. He fought in the arenas with a savage focus, every strike economical, every parry a prelude to a killing blow. Bones broke under his fists, teeth shattered under his heels. He did not roar in triumph or curse in frustration. He simply adapted, learned, stepped forward. When the apothecaries came with their knives and gene seed vials, when the hypno-indoctrination liturgies pounded the Codex Astartes into his skull like a second heartbeat, he endured. He bled. He convulsed as new organs grew in the cages of his ribs, as his bones were flooded with ceramite, as his flesh warred with the alien code written into it. Other aspirants screamed prayers or begged for release. Titus tore the restraints from a surgical couch once in a fit of temper, not to escape, but to demand the process continue faster. That temper was the one flaw the chaplains and sergeants could agree on. He was not a docile codex automaton. He did not accept every order as holy writ. When another neophyte undercut him in a combat exercise, he responded with such efficient brutality that 3 drill instructors had to intervene before he killed the fool outright. When a veteran sergeant made the point of humiliation too sharp in front of his peers, Titus's hand twitched toward his blade before discipline caught up with instinct. He walked a narrow edge between acceptable aggression and the kind of uncontrolled rage that got aspirants quietly recycled into servitor material. Mataras was there again, as he had been on the field of corpses. He took Titus into the 10th Company as a scout, teaching him the arts of stealth and ranged killing, forcing that relentless forward drive into channels that served doctrine. Hold position, wait for the signal, fall back when the plan required it. These were the commands that did not sit easily with a soul that only understood advance and endure. It was on one of those early missions that Titus met the warp in person. The squad moved through ruined hab blocks on another world whose name did not matter, past the crumpled shapes of civilians who had been nailed to walls in patterns that hurt the eyes. The enemy wore the armor of traitor Astartes, once loyal plate, now corroded and spiked, daubed in blood and blasphemy. At their head strode a sorcerer, his helm crested with horns, his staff a crook of screaming metal that crackled with caged lightning. The air froze and boiled around him in the same breath. Vox channels filled with whispers that sounded like their own voices played backwards. The ambush should have been perfect. The scouts had height, cover, overlapping fields of fire. Bolt shells struck home, punching through corrupted ceramite, turning one traitor's chest into a superheated cavity that sprayed burning offal over his comrades. Another went down with his helm snapped back, most of his head gone. For a heartbeat, it was a straightforward kill. Then the sorcerer turned and looked at them. Warp light poured from the lenses of his helm, less color than a wound in perception. He thrust his staff forward, and reality rippled. Matoris died without understanding. One moment he was shouting for his squad to shift fire to the sorcerer. The next, he was a smear of crimson paste on cracked ferrocrete, his body imploded by forces that did not care what bones were. Two other scouts burst like overripe fruit, armor fragments scything outwards, strips of skin and organ meat slapping wetly against the walls. Another clawed at his own face, as invisible claws dragged something out through his eyes, leaving twin black tunnels in a skull that collapsed a heartbeat later. Demetrian Titus felt the warp hit him like a hammer made of ice and knives. Voices roared inside his skull, offering strength, offering survival, offering 1,000 lifetimes of killing in exchange for a single word of assent. He felt his blood trying to flow backwards, his heart stuttering as impossible. Geometries folded through his veins. For a heartbeat, his world narrowed to a point of howling pressure. Then it snapped. Later, the librarians would say there had been a psychic surge, a spike of empiric energy that should have ripped his soul out through his teeth. They would talk about flux and resonance, about how some minds simply happened to sit at angles to the warp that made them more vulnerable. None of their words matched what Titus had experienced. He felt the warp trying to get in. He did not understand what it was. He simply refused to move aside. The pressure flowed past him, screaming like a tide diverted by an unseen rock. He staggered, ears bleeding, vision gone red, but he stayed upright. When sight returned, his squad was gone, reduced to meat and armor shards. The sorcerer stood below, staff already rising for a second strike, helm tilted, as if puzzled by the one target it had not annihilated. Titus drew his combat knife and dropped from the ledge. He hit. The traitor hard enough to crack corrupted ceramite, blade punching into the gap between pauldron and gorget. Warp fire exploded around them, clawing at his armor, trying to peel him open. He drove the knife in deeper, teeth bared, twisting until something important inside the sorcerer tore loose. The staff clanged to the floor, the light went out, the body slumped, and Titus pulled the blade free and kept stabbing until there was nothing left but a heap of mangled, smoking ruin. When the relief force arrived, they found a single scout standing amid the wreckage of his squad and the butchered corpse of a chaos sorcerer. His armor was scorched, cracked, but intact. His eyes were the same flat blue they had been on Torrentus, watching, assessing, not widened by terror or triumph. The apothecaries took him apart in their way after that, scanning every organ, probing his gene seed, running batteries of psychic tests. They found no mutation, no trace of the warp's signature lingering in his flesh, no spark of sanctioned psychic talent. Officially, he was simply lucky. Unofficially, whispers began. No one said demon touched. not where it could be heard by a chaplain. But words like resistant and wrongness and anomalous crept into quiet conversations between officers. Matarus, resurrected only in the records now, could not add his opinion. Others remembered how the boy had been found, alone in a killing field, unbroken in ways that did not feel natural. Titus did not care. He drilled, he fought, he advanced. If there is a moment when a weapon becomes obvious, this was it. Demetrian Titus, as a scout, was already harder than he had any right to be, more enduring than gene seed and indoctrination could fully explain. He took wounds that should have ended him and turned them into scars. He faced the warp in its rawest form and came away with a vendetta, not a brand. Torrentus would go on calling itself civilized. Ultramar would keep writing songs about its ordered virtues. But the foundations were ugly. A world that fed war had spat out a child who walked through corpses without crying. The Imperium had taken one look at that, and instead of asking what they had done to him, had decided to grind him further, to see what came out when the pressure reached Astartes levels. Perhaps the Emperor's greatest weapons were never relics or artifacts, never golden blades built into thrones or ancient devices buried in vaults. Perhaps they were souls like this, born in fields of the dead, inherently incompatible with surrender, flesh that simply refused to yield no matter what the warp or the Imperium did to it. On Torrentus, under a sky that pretended it was peaceful, the boy who did not know fear had taken his first steps. The galaxy was waiting with whetstones made of orcs, demons, inquisitors, tyrannids, and necrodermis. It would grind him over and over until it found out whether he was a blade that would cut chaos or one that would finally, catastrophically, break. Beta Arcturus was the kind of civilized world that believed it had earned peace. It had oceans and spires and manufactoria that turned raw ore into munitions for distant fronts. It had parade grounds where the local regiments drilled in perfect formations beneath banners painted with the sigil of Ultramar. It had administratum towers where scribes whispered about quotas and tithes, and chapels where priests told the faithful that their place in the realm of Ultramar meant safety, order, and the watchful grace of the sons of Guilliman. From orbit, the world looked calm. The truth was drifting in burning shards across its upper atmosphere. Craftworld Bieltan did not ask permission when it came to reclaim what its seers insisted had once been Eldari's soil. The war host descended like a surgical strike made of color and hate. Aspect shrines emptied their warriors into gleaming wave serpents. Grav tanks rode on pillars of light. Eldari warships drifted through the upper void, Hull's knife sleek and contemptuous of the lumbering Imperial defense platforms. They gave the humans of Beta Arcturus one local day to evacuate, a span of 9 thin hours marked by panic, gridlock, and desperate astropathic calls for aid. Then the killing began in earnest. Shuriken storms shredded hab blocks. Lances of star-bright energy cored out defense bastions. At ground level, Aspect warriors moved with alien grace through streets suddenly filled with screaming men and burning vehicles. Dire Avengers cut down platoons with disciplined volleys. Howling Banshees, faces masked in death, tore through hardened bunker lines that had never faced anything faster than a greenskin charge. The planetary defense forces fought bravely and died badly. The evacuation ships lifted in ragged convoys, many of them swatted from the sky as an afterthought. By the time the astropathic plea reached Macraga, Beta Arcturus was already a charnel world in the making. The second company of the Ultramarines answered. The strike cruiser, Righteous Fury, translated into the system with her gun decks already hot. She carried not an army, not legions of mortals, but a few score of Astartes in blue. That was all. That was enough. Where mere regiments broke under Aspect warrior blades, a single company of Adeptus Astartes could cut a war host's heart out if it struck true. At their head strode Captain Lucian Trajan. Trajan had the bearing of a man who had spent a century carving his way through tyrannid swarms and the aftermath of the First Tyrannic War. His hair had gone white, but his eyes still burned with the calm fire of a commander who knew the weight of every life you spent to buy a victory. His armor was an honor roll in ceramite and gold, every plate inscribed with campaigns where he had held lines that should not have held. He wore the blue of Ultramar, with a humility that did nothing to soften the brutality of the work he did in it. At his side, never far from the captain's shoulder, fought Demetrian Titus. Once, Titus had been a scout under Matorus, the barefoot child from Torrentus who did not understand fear. Now he wore the full plate of an Astartes sergeant, the badge of Trajan's command squad on his pauldron. He had become notorious within the company for the way he solved problems. Where others proposed layered maneuvers and textbook ambushes, Titus preferred direct impact. Find the point of maximum leverage, break it, and let the rest of the enemy collapse around the wound. It was not subtle, it worked. The righteous fury burned her way through the outer pickets of the Bealtan fleet, macro batteries thundering, lance beams spearing graceful Xenos hulls and turning them into expanding clouds of molten debris. Under that cover, drop pods fell through atmosphere like meteors. One cluster slammed into the outskirts of a ravaged city where Bealtan's autarch had established a command node. The enemy had chosen a place that offended them less than the rest of the human architecture, an ancient plaza built on foundations older than the current Imperium, with lines and angles that pleased alien sensibilities. The Autarch's war council glittered there amid hovering holographs, wraithbone pylons, and the shimmering outlines of aspect warrior retinues. The Ultramarines hit like the fist of an angry god. Trajan came out of his drop pod with power sword already wreathed in killing light, Stormbolter roaring. Titus dropped beside him, Chainsword revving into a rising snarl that set nearby mortals' teeth on edge over the Vox. Behind them, the command squad deployed with disciplined violence, forming a wedge of ceramite that plunged straight toward the cluster of emerald and white armor, where the Autarch and that elite bodyguard stood. Aspect warriors were not orcs. They did not simply charge and trust bulk to carry the day. They moved with choreographed precision, blades and shuriken catapults and shimmering energy shields overlapping in a dance of death that had been refined over a span of centuries. Against mortal soldiers, they were avatars of unstoppable grace. Against Titus, they were targets that bled when you bit hard enough. He took the first pair head-on, meeting a storm of shuriken with the slab-like bulk of his pauldron and breastplate. Ceramic discs screamed off his armor in sparks and shrieking ricochets. One lodged in the grill of his helm. He tore it free as he closed and rewarded the shooter by driving his chainsword up through the alien's ribcage. Wraithbone screamed as the chain teeth chewed through it, high-pitched and ugly, completely at odds with the elegance the armor tried to suggest. Bluish blood sprayed across Titus's greaves. The Aeldari's body jolted and twitched as the blade tore out through its back, vertebrae and armor shards splintering apart. He wrenched the weapon free and pivoted, letting the dead warrior slide from the blade with all the ceremony of a butcher shaking meat from a hook. Another aspect warrior lunged, a spear of crackling energy thrust toward the gap under his arm. Titus stepped in rather than back, body meeting the blow, feeling the field grind and flare against his breastplate as it failed to penetrate. He brought his elbow up in a short, brutal arc, cracking the alien's helm aside. The chainsword took its head almost lazily, passing through the weak point at the neck, biting deep, then following through into the chest. The third came in silently from the side, twin blades crossing for a decapitating strike. Titus ducked, feeling one edge rake sparks from his helm, the other skimming off the icon on his backpack. He hooked a boot behind the alien's ankle and heaved, unbalancing the warrior. As it fell, he stamped downward, driving a ceramite greave into its sternum, hard enough to collapse armor and bones in the same motion. The chainsword came down after, a rapid, punishing hack that split torso from hip. Wraithbone armor cracked, inner organs spilling out not as delicate alien viscera, but as wet weight that slapped against the paving stones. 3 elite bodyguards, 3 dead Xenos. The rest of the command squad were no less efficient. Bolter rounds detonated inside slender chests, turning them into clouds of colored fragments and liquefied matter. Power fists caught agile forms mid-leap and reduced them to unrecognizable pulp. The ground around the Ultramarines became a killing circle of churned stone, alien limbs, and shattered wraithbone. All the while, Trajan carved his way toward the Autarch. The captain moved like a warrior in a saga, cloak torn by shuriken fire, armor pitted, helm lens cracked, but his advance never faltered. He met the Autarch blade to blade in the shadow of a cracked statue that might once have represented some long-dead human hero. Eldari weapons sang with captured light. The power sword in Trajan's hand growled with caged thunder. They fought across the bodies of their followers, each strike measured, each parry precise. Grace met brutal efficiency, and in the end, Ultramar's son drove his blade through the alien's guard and into the thing's chest. The Autarch folded around the stroke, armor flaring, then went still. It should have been the end. The surviving Bealtan forces fell back in good order, covering their retreat with precise volleys and shimmering defensive screens. In their spite, as they withdrew, they snatched a prize from the chaos of the battlefield. Leandros, young and eager, still tasting the novelty of full battle plate, was knocked from his feet by a blast that rocked even Astartes' mass. Before he could rise, a wave serpent's grav beam caught him, dragging him from the ground like a piece of debris. Eldari hands reached out, pulled him aboard, and the transport was gone in a streak of light. In the static and smoke that followed the duel, as med servitors scuttled and the righteous fury adjusted orbit for a new firing solution, the loss became clear. A battle brother taken, not fallen and honored, stolen. Trajan stood over the corpse of the Autarch, helm off, face streaked with alien blood and his own. He looked at Titus, at the command squad, at the captured Eldari position with its toppled wraithbone icons and human dead. "Sergeant," he said, voice level despite the fatigue etched into it. "Secure this field. Hold what we have taken. I will not leave Leandros to those things." There was a moment, small and sharp, where doctrine warred with instinct. The Codex would have said consolidate gains, regroup, assess enemy strength. The nobility that still clung to Ultramarine hearts, even after tyrannid tendrils had chewed on their home realm, said otherwise. A brother was in alien hands. A captain could not ignore that. Titus inclined his head. He did not argue. Discipline held his tongue where his own instincts might have matched Trajan's. There was a field to hold. There were enemy reserves uncommitted. Someone had to stay and make sure the ground already paid for in blood did not slip back into Xenos' hands. Trajan took a combat squad and went. Bealtan's cruelty did not wear the bestial grins of orcs or the horned masks of chaos. It wore grace like a knife. The rescue force tracked the fleeing wave serpent to a canyon on the city's outskirts, a place where ancient foundations had been exposed by bombardment. Ruins older than the current human settlement rose from the rubble, their angles pleasing to Eldari eyes. It was there the war host set its trap. Aspect warriors vanished into firing positions along the ridges. Grav tanks settled into hidden hollows, engines muttering, weapons depressed. Farseers and warlocks traced sigils in the air, laying down veils of concealment that bent sight around their forces. The first sign Titus had that something was wrong was the vox flare from Trajan's channel. A clipped oath, the sound of impact, the sudden roar of overlapping shuriken catapults, and the thump of Brightlance discharges. Then nothing. Static. A moment later, the sky over that quadrant bloomed with new explosions. On the canyon floor, Trajan and his squad found Leandros suspended in a crude parody of honor, bound upright against a broken column, helm removed, face bloodied but alive. He saw his captain coming, hope sparking behind his bruises. Then the firing started from the ridges, cutting down 2 of the rescue squad in the first heartbeat. Grav tanks rose from concealment, engines screaming, weapons opening up at point-blank range. Banshees dropped from above with ululating wails that tore at even Astartes' nerves. Blades bit into ceramite, energy fields flared, and the canyon became a killing pit. Lucian Trajan fought like the warrior he was to the last. He took a half-dozen Eldari with him, his power sword cutting through their rune-inscribed armor in arcs that left afterimages on the dust. He blocked shuriken storms with his own body, placing himself between fire lanes and Leandros without hesitation. He killed a warlock who tried to reach into his mind, severing the thing's staff arm at the elbow and driving it to the ground to finish it with a boot heel. In the end, it was not enough. There were too many blades, too many guns, too many angles of attack for even a captain to cover. When the last shot was fired and the last Banshee withdrew, what remained of Trajan was not a body so much as an assertion. He had died on his feet, armor ragged and pierced, helm smashed, one knee half melted by a bright lance, but surrounded by alien dead. The Bealtan forces left him there in pieces, a trophy as much as a warning, and withdrew once more to regroup. They had made their point. They had shown that even an Astartes captain could be brought down by guile and concentrated hatred. Titus did not mourn. He moved. As soon as the silence on the Vox stretched beyond what could be explained by interference, he restructured the company's deployments. Fire teams pivoted, reserves shifted toward the canyon approaches. He did not wait for confirmation of Trajan's death. He did not call a council. He assumed command because someone had to, and because hesitation here would mean giving the Eldari time to dig in. The counterattack he led into that canyon was not grand. It was not noble. It was an act of controlled savagery. Drop pods hammered into the ridgelines where the Eldari had hidden their guns. Thunderhawk gunships strafed the canyon mouth, heavy bolters stitching lines of explosive death across fragile grav tanks, Lascannons punching through elegant hulls and turning them into fireballs. Titus himself went in at the point of a spearhead of veterans, storming the very positions from which Trajan had been ambushed. The Bealtan war host had expected a pause, a breathing space to reposition. Instead, they got an ultramarine sergeant whose mentor's death was a fresh wound and whose instinctive response to grief was to kill whatever stood closest to the thing that had caused it. He moved through their lines like a force of nature. Chains ward in one hand, bolt pistol in the other, he advanced step by step, every trigger pull and every swing of the blade deliberate. Aspect warriors who had held off entire platoons of human soldiers found themselves shredded under mass reactive fire, their elegant armor bursting outward in sprays of viscera and crystal fragments. Those who tried to close found their strikes met and turned aside, their throats opened in short, brutal motions that wasted no energy on flourish. By the time the last Eldari had quit the field, sprinting for their remaining transports, the canyon was ultramarine ground again. Leandros lived, dragged free from his bindings, and pushed back into the fight almost before his bindings had hit the dust. Trajan's remains were gathered, as carefully as circumstances allowed, and borne back toward extraction. Demetrian Titus walked out of that canyon effectively in command. The formalities followed on Macraga. The second company returned to the fortress of Hera with their dead. Lucian Trajan's body, pieced together as best the apothecaries could manage, was interred in a grand sepulchre among the honored fallen of the chapter. Eulogies were spoken, banners dipped, the rites were observed with all the solemnity Ultramar demanded. Afterward, in a chamber high within the fortress monastery, Marneus Calgar spoke a different kind of rite. The chapter master listened to reports, reviewed picked feeds, read the accounts of surviving officers. He looked at Demetrian Titus, who stood before him still wearing armor stained with Eldari blood that no amount of purification rites could completely erase, and asked what any commander would ask. "Do you wish this?" Titus was honest. "No, my lord," he said. "I was content to serve Captain Trajan. I will be content to serve whoever commands the company." Calgar nodded slowly, as if that was the answer he had expected, and then handed him the mantle anyway. The brevet command Titus had exercised on Beta Arcturus was made permanent. He became captain of the second company, bearer of its banner, master of the strike cruiser Righteous Fury, custodian of the honor rolls carved into the walls of the company's halls. Senior officers such as Severus Agamemnon approved, seeing in him the humility and lethal competence that ultramarine dogma prized. Titus felt every honor as another stone added to the cairn over Trajan's grave. Every victory he led the company to across the years that followed felt like something he had borrowed from his mentor. When he ordered orbital fire on a fortified position, he did so with a part of his mind asking how Trajan would have approached it. When he assigned squads to suicidal holding actions so that others could redeploy, he saw, for a heartbeat, the canyon on Beta Arcturus, and the moment his captain had taken a combat squad into the trap to save a single brother. He did not let that doubt stay his hand. His command style became a refinement of the approach he had shown as a sergeant. Initiative over rigid doctrine. The codex was a guide, not a chain. If an unorthodox approach promised decisive advantage at the critical point, he took it. He split forces where a purist might insist on concentration. He hurled kill teams deep into enemy lines to gut command nodes rather than grinding through outer defenses in order. He risked himself, often at the tip of these actions, because he believed an officer who asked others to die should be willing to stand in the same fire. This pattern would one day bring him under suspicion on Grier, where his decisions would look to an inquisitor like dangerous deviation. It would also save worlds. Beta Arcturus was the first proof that Demetrian Titus could wield a company at scale, turning a single spear of Astartes into the answer to a war host that had already broken a world. The galaxy noticed. Astropathic records and administratum dispatches did not deal in heroism. They dealt in outcomes. On their parchments and data slates, the notation was simple. Bealtan repulsed. Beta Arcturus held for the Imperium. Losses acceptable. Commanding officer, Captain Demetrian Titus, Second Company, Ultramarines. The next time a world screamed for help, the memory of that neat little line would sit in the minds of those who chose where to send their angels of death. When a forge world called for aid, when a tyrannid tendril curled toward a vulnerable sector, when some forgotten corner of the Imperium burst open under the pressure of orcs and warp storms, someone would look at those records and think of the captain who had walked out of an Eldari trap with his brother alive and his mentor's body on his shoulder. Beta Arcturus was where the boy from Torrentus became a blade the Imperium knew how to wield. The next time they drew it, the target would be a place called Grier, and the whetstone waiting there would not be alien wraithbone, but the warp itself. Grier groaned under the weight of a war that was breaking its bones. The Forge world had once been a hymn to industry, a continent-spanning network of titanic manufactoria and god-engine cradles. Titans the size of hive spires had slumbered in their vaults, wrapped in prayer seals and mechanicum sigils, waiting to stride once more into some distant theater of the Imperium's endless wars. Macro-cannon arrays ringed the planet like a jagged halo, each barrel long enough to swallow a hab block, each shot a promise of annihilation to anything that came too close without the proper codes and catechisms. Now, those titans lay half-buried in rubble, their armored shins snapped, their carapaces caved in by asteroid-scale impacts, or the crude but effective bombardment of looted orc. Guns. Manufactoria burned in lines like open wounds, foundry stacks toppled, assembly lines twisted into serpentine wreckage. The sky over Grier was a constant storm of smoke and ash, punctuated by the streaks of falling debris and orc fighter bombers screaming along in ugly, unnatural arcs. The War had come here, not for conquest in any human sense, but because the world was full of things that the greenskins craved: titans, tanks, vast stores of weapons and munitions, god machines that could be stripped for parts or ridden into battle howling. 1 million orcs or more had fallen onto Grier in a wave of green flesh and ramshackle iron. Their landers were little more than hollowed-out rocks with engines welded to them, their armor plates stolen from a dozen previous wars, their weapon mounts bristling with scavenged guns. None of that mattered. Mass did. Momentum did. The sheer volume of bodies did. Grier was under the hammer of that war, and it was starting to crack. The local Skitari cohorts fought with the cold precision of the machine cult, their galvanic rifles spitting measured death into packed mobs of orcs, their augmetic limbs carrying them through rubble with more grace than their crude opponents. The Planetary Defense Forces and the 203rd Cadian Regiment tried to hold lines amidst the collapsing cityscapes, laser-gun fire sketching red webs through the smoke. It was not enough. For every greenskin that fell, 3 more stomped over the corpse, bellowing in joy at the prospect of more killing. Into this came Demetrian Titus. He did not arrive at the head of an army. The Ultramarines sent a strike force, not a legion. A handful of squads, a captain, a veteran sergeant, a young battle brother, a thunderhawk, a few servitors and tech marines. It was the way of the Adeptus Astartes. A scalpel thrust into the right nerve can make a giant flinch. Titus came as captain of the 2nd Company, with Sidonus as his grizzled veteran and Leandros as the eager, codex-bound younger brother shadowing his steps. Their Thunderhawk dropped through the polluted skies, its hull shuddering as orc flak bursts clawed at it. They landed in the corpse of a manufacturum district, where the 203rd were already dying by the 100. Cadian armor blackened and burning, infantry squads reduced to isolated knots of men firing into a tide that would not stop. The ramp crashed down, and the Ultramarines walked into the fire. Titus made first contact on a street that had become a trench of wrecked vehicles and dead men. Orcs charged him in clumps, each a mountain of muscle and crude armor, chopping and firing wildly. He answered with bolter and blade. His style across the Grier campaign was not elegant. It was not concerned with the purity of form that some chapters prized. It was an application of overwhelming force at brutally close range. He used the verticality of the hive structures instinctively, seizing high ground to turn every street into a funnel, every stairwell into a choke point, every gantry into a firing line. He led insertion after insertion, drop or run in, smash the immediate resistance, then drive forward before the orcs could regroup, retake a defense laser, clear a landing zone, stabilize a section of the line just long enough for more reinforcements to arrive or for civilians to be evacuated. Bolters roared in confined corridors, the mass reactive shells turning bodies into sprays of meat and armor splinters, slamming the survivors back with the force of the detonations. Titus's chainsword did its work where the bolter could not, teeth shrieking as they tore through crude plates and the flesh beneath. He was relentless, advancing through shell bursts and falling masonry, always pushing, always seeking the point where a little more pressure would cause an entire orc attack to collapse into disorder. In the shadow of this grinding urban extermination, something else moved. The orcs were not clever. They did not plan on the scale that humans or Aldari did. They were drawn to Grier by the promise of war and plunder. Their warlords' greed for titans and guns enough to drag an entire warg here through the warp. But their assault was not the true danger. Beneath the forges and titan bays, in the deep vaults of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Inquisitor Drogan had been playing with a weapon he did not fully understand. He called it the Psychic Scourge, a device that would let the Imperium strike at the warp itself with something more brutal than prayer. To fuel it, he had tethered his own life to an artifact of rare and terrible potency, a piece of warp-touched machinery whose original design, if it had ever been human, was long lost. Chaos Sorcerer Nemeroth watched all this from the shadows of the invading warband he had brought to Grier. He saw the orcs as cover, a crude but effective smokescreen that would draw the eyes of the Imperium and the Mechanicus. Let the greenskins stamp and laugh and spray their crude glyphs across the holy walls. Let them die in their hundreds under Titan feet and defense lasers. While all eyes were on the war, Nemeroth would reach for something far more valuable than any god machine. He seized Drogan, body and soul, turning the Inquisitor into a puppet. The Psychic Scourge became a tool not to burn the warp, but to open it, to tear a wound above Grier and let demons pour through. Where orcs had been loud and obvious, the servants of chaos were quiet until they were ready. Then the rift bloomed over the broken city, a screaming gash in the sky through which fell creatures born of hate and nightmare, and with them traitor Astartes in twisted armor, howling praises to their ruinous gods. Titus walked straight into it. He had already fought through orc lines to retrieve the power source for the Scourge, already bled to secure the Titan manufactorum and prevent greenskin warbands from hauling god engines away in chains. When the warp erupted, it did not distinguish between human and orc. Reality buckled. Men and Xenos alike were torn apart by tides of unreality, their bodies unmade into streams of color and howling sound. Vox channels filled with screaming that did not come from any throat. In the heart of this, Titus felt the same pressure he had faced as a scout under Mataurus, magnified 100-fold. The warp pressed in on him, the weight of a demonic gaze trying to sink claws into his soul. Around him, lesser men fell, their minds broken, their bodies slumping as their animating spark was yanked into the howling dark. Even some of the Skitari faltered, their cybernetic augmentations flickering as machine spirits whimpered under the onslaught. He moved through it, as if wading through a heavy storm. It hurt. It left a taste of copper and ashes in the back of his throat. His thoughts ran through molasses for a moment as the warp tried to get purchase. Then, as before, something in him refused. The pressure broke around him, flowing past, looking for weaker prey. He advanced, boots ringing on metal walkways that shook under the strain of reality, tearing open only meters away. Where demonic lightning flashed, he ducked or endured, armor blackening but not breaking. Where voices whispered in his ear, promising him release, power, vengeance, he treated them as he would any other battlefield distraction. Leandros watched this with growing horror. To his codex-bred mind, the warp was not a force one simply endured. It was poison. It was the breath of hell. The fact that his captain could stand in the heart of it and remain himself did not comfort him. It frightened him. A proper son of Gilliman should have been scoured, reduced to a smear on the floor, or corrupted into something the chaplains would have to put down. Titus did not falter. To Leandros, that did not look like strength. It looked like an aberration. The moment came when Nemeroth, having seized the artifact and Drogan's bind, reached out to Titus directly. They faced each other on a shattered platform high above Grier's ruins, the warp rift boiling overhead. Demons cavorted in the air above, screeching in tongues that peeled paint from steel. The Chaos Lord's armor was a baroque nightmare of spikes and leering faces, its surface crawling with symbols that hurt to look at. He regarded Titus as one might a blade picked up from an enemy's corpse. "You walk in the warp's heart and do not burn," Nemeroth said, his voice layered with echoes, as if something else spoke with him. "You are touched, Captain. You are already ours. Why waste your potential in service to a corpse?" He offered the usual lies: power without limit, freedom from the chains of duty, a chance to take revenge on the Imperium that had used him and discarded him, a place at the head of warbands that would burn Ultramar itself. Titus listened. He was not immune to anger. He had seen enough of the Imperium's hypocrisy to understand the appeal, but he had also seen what chaos did to those who surrendered to it. He had fought traitor Astartes, who wore their sins on their armor and in their flesh. He knew the sound a demon host made when it begged for death and could not have it. "You call slavery freedom," he said. "You offer chains and pretend they are wings. I will see you broken for the brothers you have killed." There was no grand speech, no long argument. He rejected the offer as he had rejected the warp's pressure, not with clever rhetoric, but with a simple, absolute refusal. Nemeroth took his defiance as a challenge. He cut Sidonus down in front of Titus, the veteran's body torn open by warp-charged strikes, thrown from a gantry to crash in a broken heap far below. The Chaos Lord watched for the expected response, the uncontrolled rage that would make the captain reckless, the breach in discipline that could be widened into corruption. Many A would be. Hero had fallen at that point, their grief twisted into hatred that the warp could feed on. Titus did not give him that satisfaction. Grief was there. It burned in him like acid. Sidonus had been more than a subordinate. He had been a friend in the way Astartes understood friendship, a constant presence at his side through campaigns where lesser men had folded. Titus did not roar and charge blindly. He hardened. He drew that pain inwards, compacted it into something dense and sharp, and used it to hone his focus. The hunt for Nemeroth became personal, yes, but in the coldest possible way. He tracked the Chaos Lord through demon-haunted ruins, through corridors where the walls wept blood and the air crawled with whispering flies. Traitor Marines barred his way, their armor ridged with mutation, their weapons dripping with energies that crackled against his plates. Demons lunged from shadows, their claws leaving burning trails in the metal. Titus cut them down with a precision that bordered on contempt. Each kill was efficient, no wasted motion, no flourish, no attempt to exercise his rage with theatrics. The target was Nemeroth. Everything else was an obstacle. The final confrontation took place at the lip of the warp rift itself. Nemeroth had begun the rite of apotheosis, the unstable nexus of the psychic scourge, and the artifact under his control. Warp energy poured into him, his form swelling, armor tearing as new limbs pushed against it from within. The air around him warped, edges blurring, reality bending to accommodate something larger and fouler, climbing into existence through the shell of a once mortal frame. A demon prince was being born, a new demigod of the ruinous powers whose first act would be to drag Grier into the abyss. Titus faced this alone. Any sane tactician would have called for orbital bombardment and accepted the loss of the world to ensure the death of the ascending prince. There was no time. The rift was widening. The ritual had reached the point where it would either be completed or explode outward uncontrollably. The only way to stop it was to kill the architect at its heart. He charged. Warp energy licked at him as he closed, snapping at his armor like the tongues of starving beasts. His bones felt as if they were vibrating inside his flesh. Voices screamed in his ears, offering him everything, promising to make him more than human, more than Astartes, if only he stepped aside and let the transformation complete. He kept going. Nemeroth struck at him with power that would have torn a tank apart. Titus parried with his chainsword and felt the blade shriek in protest, teeth shattering, motor whining as empiric fire raced along its length. He shoved the blow aside, driving in under the Chaos Lord's guard, and slammed into him bodily. For a moment they grappled at the edge of the rift, warp light boiling around them, the world beneath an insignificant detail. Then Titus turned the momentum. dragging Nemeroth down and driving his blade up into the unstable core of the ritual. The demonic energies that had been feeding the apotheosis screamed in outrage as their host was wounded at the critical moment. The transition from mortal to prince was broken mid-stride. Power backlashed, exploding outward in a surge that tore Nemeroth from his footing and hurled him, half-formed, back into the warp. The rift shrieked, buckled, and began to collapse. Titus dangled for a moment over the edge, held only by a handhold clawed into torn metal, warp storms lashing at him like furious tendrils. He climbed back onto solid ground by sheer force of will. A single battered, very mortal frame had just denied a demon prince his birth. In the aftermath, to Imperial eyes, it looked like a miracle and a problem in equal measure. On the surface, Grier was saved. The Titans that remained intact would be repaired. The Manufactoria that had not been obliterated would be brought back online. The 203rd Cadian would limp on, replenished with fresh conscripts from some other unlucky world. The Greenskins had been driven off or killed. The warp rift had sealed. But in the reports, there were details that did not sit well with those who cared more about purity than victory. Captain Demetrian Titus had made decisions that did not align exactly with the Codex Astartes. He had deviated from protocol when dealing with the Inquisitor and his artifact. He had trusted his own instincts over strict adherence to the chain of command. Worse, he had walked through warp storms that should have annihilated him, endured psychic assaults that had broken others instantly, and emerged apparently untouched. To a mind like Leandros, raised on catechisms that equated any contact with the warp to corruption, that looked less like resilience and more like evidence of hidden taint. He spoke his concerns. He reported what he had seen. Inquisitor Jerome Thrax listened with the cold delight of a man who had been waiting for an excuse to turn his attention from distant heretics to the dangerously competent warriors in his own backyard. Grier became a test case. On that broken forge world, under the screaming sky and the shadow of half-ruined titans, chaos had thrown 1,000,000 orcs, a reality-rending weapon, and the full fury of a demon prince's ascension at one ultramarine captain. The warp had clawed at him directly. It had whispered to him. It had offered him power. It had killed his closest brother in front of him. It had tried to make him break. He had not. Whatever Demetrian Titus was, he was something the warp could not easily claim. To the Emperor's enemies, that made him a threat. To the Emperor's more fanatical servants, it made him a question mark, an anomaly, an unexploded bomb sitting in the middle of the neat pattern of their dogma. Grier had not just been a battle for a forge world. It had been the first real experiment in seeing what happened when you put a soul like his under direct, sustained warp pressure. The result was messy. It was also undeniable. The warp had failed to take him. The Imperium, in its fear, would now try. The forge world had been saved. That should have meant something. Grier still burned. Its Manufactoria still belched smoke like dying lungs. Its titans still lay broken in their cradles, some half buried under the rubble of shattered cathedral-sized gantries, others standing silent and wounded, their machine spirits keening through vox lines like grieving animals. The green-skinned dead lay piled in drifts against the base of defense bastions. Bodies slumped over one another in layers of meat and crude metal. The demons had gone, sucked back into the howling warp rift that had tried to birth them, leaving only scorched sigils and a residue of wrongness that would take generations of ritual to scour away. Grier lived in the way a man lived after the surgeon had finished hacking off infected limbs with a bone saw. The world would limp on. The Mechanicus would re-sanctify its forges. The Imperium would mark it as a victory and move on. Demetrian Titus did not move on. He stood on a landing platform high above the Manufactorum sprawl, armor scoured clean of the worst stains, but still bearing the scars of the battle. His helm hung at his belt. Sidonus was dead. Leandros brooded at the edge of the platform, staring down at the half-buried Titan that had been the epicenter of the warp incursion. The wind that battered at them was gritted with ash and the smell of burnt promethium. Thunder growled across the sky. Not storm thunder, engine thunder. The Black Templars came on a ship that looked like a cathedral that had grown thrusters and murder in place of humility. Its hull bristled with weapon batteries and purity seals, each parchment strip plastered to black armor like desperate prayers. It did not bother with the civilian docks. It descended toward the fortress precincts, as if it had every right to be there, because an inquisitorial warrant and the Black Cross of Dawn's zealots were more potent than any traffic edict. Titus watched the gunship detach from that void dark mass and arrow in toward his platform. It came in fast, grav engines screaming, its hull marked with sigils of the Ordo Malleus and the sigil of a crusade that had burned its way across half a dozen sectors. The ramp crashed down before the landing struts had fully settled. They came out in a wall of black ceramite and white crosses, tabards snapping in the hot wind, chains clinking against their armor. The Black Templars wore their faith like armor, and their armor like an accusation. At their center walked a man in robed power armor that carried no chapter colors, only the stylized skull and eye of an inquisitor. His rosette hung heavy at his throat, a small thing that outweighed even Astartes' plate in authority. Inquisitor Jerome Thrax looked at Titus as if seeing a weapon with a crack in the blade. "Captain Demetrian Titus," Thrax said, voice a rasp honed by too many screamed liturgies and too little sleep. "By the authority vested in me by the holy ordos of the Inquisition and the Lord Inquisitor of this sector, you are to submit yourself to my custody." Titus felt Leandros stiffen beside him, heard the sharp intake of breath over the squad vox. A dozen instinctive responses flickered through his mind. This was not how victorious Astartes were usually greeted on a saved world. There should have been formal thanks, debriefings, reinforcement of bonds between chapter and Imperium. Instead, he was being treated like a suspect. He bowed his head regardless. "I am at the Emperor's service," he said. It was still true, even if the man wielding the Emperor's authority wore it like a garrote. Thrax nodded once. There was no acknowledgement of Grier's survival, no hint that Titus's actions had staved off a catastrophe that would have sucked the world into the warp. There was only the cold satisfaction of a hunter whose trap had finally snapped shut. The Black Templars moved in with practiced efficiency. They did not treat him as a brother in ceramite. They treated him as a dangerous animal. Null field shackles were clamped around his wrists, thrumming with caged energies designed to dampen psychic manifestations. Heavy chains were rattled out and looped around his torso. They did not need them to restrain him physically. They needed them for symbolism. A captain of the Ultramarines, bound and collared, dragged toward an inquisitorial gunship with his own bolter stripped from his side. The contrast was not lost on the mortal defenders watching from a distance. The hero of Grier, hauled away in chains from the world he had just saved. Victory did not matter if your soul made the wrong sort of questions itch in the minds of the most fanatical. Thrax's hatred of Astartes had been forged in another war. He had walked the corridors of shattered star forts during the Badab conflict, breathing the stench of burned ceramite and cooked gene-crafted flesh. He had seen Space Marines fighting Space Marines, not as ritualized contests or controlled duels, but as full-scale slaughter, entire chapters tearing at each other over pride and autonomy, while mortal worlds burned as collateral. He had watched the Lamenters, the Astral Claws, the Mantis Warriors, all those names that had once been held up as paragons of the Adeptus Astartes, fall or kneel or flee into the long shadow of the maelstrom. The lesson he took from that was simple and poisonous. Space Marines were not saints. They were weapons with too much will of their own. They were barely leashed warlords who obeyed the Imperium only so long as its orders matched their own sense of honor or glory. To Thrax, the Codex Astartes was less a guide and more a set of chains that barely held back the genetic monsters the Emperor had unleashed on the galaxy. After Badab, Thrax dedicated himself to watching them. He became the sort of inquisitor other inquisitors found tiresome and yet occasionally very useful. He sat in on chapter audits, demanded records of deployments, sent agents to watch for patterns of insubordination or doctrinal drift. He pushed for censure when a chapter came too close to acting like an independent empire. He watched the Grey Knights themselves with a wariness that would have seen a lesser man dead. When the reports from Grier reached him, speaking of a captain who walked through warp storms without burning, who defied the Inquisitor on the ground, who wielded an artifact tied to the warp and did not fall, his suspicion flared into obsession. In his worldview, a space marine who could shrug off the warp was not a miracle. He was an aberration. So Titus went from hero to specimen. The cell they locked him into was not large, a sarcophagus-shaped capsule lined with warding sigils, its walls studded with arcane machinery, its interior lit only by the faint glow of control runes. Stasis coils hummed in their housings, waiting to suspend his bodily functions at the touch of a rune so that he could be kept on ice for as long as the Inquisitor required. The first time he woke after the chains and the transit, it was to pain. Awareness came back like a knife scraping along the inside of his skull. He pulled in a breath that tasted of incense and copper. His eyes opened to bare stone walls, covered in sigils he dimly recognized as wards against the warp. Restraints bit into his limbs, cold metal and crackling energy. He could not move more than a few centimeters. His armor was gone. He wore only a penitential shift, its fabric rough against skin that had not felt anything but ceramite interfaces in a long time. Thrax stood before him, robed, his rosette glinting in the light of lumen strips. Around him gathered a knot of sanctioned psychers and interrogators. Some had their eyes sewn shut. Others' heads bulged with augmetic plugs that fed directly into the array of machinery that dominated the chamber. "We will begin with the simple questions," Thrax said. His voice was tired, almost worn, but threaded with a zeal that would not fade until his vocal cords did. "Do you serve the Emperor of Mankind?" "Yes," Titus replied. "Did you give any assent, tacit or explicit, to the entities of the warp during the Grier campaign?" "No." "Do you possess any psychic talent, unrecorded by your chapter's librarius?" "No." Each answer triggered spikes of pain as the psychers probed, trying to catch even the smallest flicker of deceit. Needles of thought stabbed at his mind, tearing at the edges of memory. Titus endured. He had endured worse. The flesh screamed, the soul did not. It went on, not for hours, for years. Between interrogations, they put him back into stasis. Time became elastic, meaningless, a moment of darkness, then light and pain, then darkness again. Thrax was always there, sometimes older, sometimes more lined, sometimes wearing a different cut of robe or new augmentics, always with the same questions, always with new techniques layered atop the old. They tried blunt force, psychic battering rams that smashed against his mental defenses until his vision went white and his mouth filled with the taste of his own blood. They tried subtlety, weaving illusions that showed him Grier burning because of his supposed weakness, Macragga falling to Tyranids as punishment for his imagined sins, his brothers turning on him with bolters raised and accusations on their lips. They tried demonic temptations dangled before him under controlled conditions, warp entities pushed close through the wards to see if his soul would reach toward them. The warp pressed, it whispered, it screamed, it did not get in. Each time, the pressure slid off something deep inside him, like storm surf breaking against hidden rock. Titus did not think of it in those terms. For him, it was simpler. There was the Emperor. There was his duty. There was the knowledge that he had done what was necessary on Grier. Everything else was attack and distraction. He treated it as he would incoming fire and close combat. Endure, counter, survive. To Thrax, that was the clearest sign something was wrong. No one walks through the heart of a warp rift without mark, the Inquisitor snarled in one particularly savage session. His composure cracked. No one resists this level of scrutiny without alloy in his soul. You are hiding something. Titus, half conscious, spittle and blood on his chin, smiled very slightly. I am hiding nothing, he said. Perhaps the warp simply does not like what it finds. That only made it worse. The cruelty he suffered under Thrax's hand rivaled anything Chaos had inflicted on him. The difference lay in the litany spoken over him and the sigil on the torturer's seal. A Chaos Lord would have boasted of his malice. Thrax called it necessary. The instruments were similar: restraints, needles, fields that could peel thought from its moorings. The duration was longer. Chaos seldom bothered with such patient work, unless it thought it could make a truly spectacular monster from the raw material. The Imperium was happy to simply keep him pinned and screaming in the dark for as long as it took to make someone like Thrax feel safe. Back on Macragga, Marneus Calgar petitioned. The chapter master read the reports from Grier, saw the notice that his captain had been taken into inquisitorial custody, and did what honor and protocol demanded. He sent a formal request for Titus's return. He followed it with another, more forceful. He invoked the oaths sworn between chapter and ordo, between Ultramar and the wider Imperium. When that did not yield results, he pushed harder, using every avenue of influence available to a lord of one of the most powerful chapters in the galaxy. The replies, where they came at all, were courteous evasions. The matter was under investigation. The Ordo Malleus had jurisdiction. The details were sealed for reasons of spiritual security. In some cases, messages vanished into the labyrinth of inquisitorial archives without trace. Administratum adepts shuffled paper, shifted files into different stacks, stamped them with different sigils. Somewhere along the line, the petitions stopped returning to Calgar's desk. They were not denied, they were lost. Even a lord of Ultramar could not easily pierce the layers of secrecy that wrapped the Inquisition. Calgar had a crusade to fight. The Tyrannid threat did not abate, because one captain was unjustly confined. Duty pulled his attention elsewhere. Thrax counted on that. The Inquisitor's obsession metastasized. Titus was not his only project. Thrax began quietly collecting other Astartes he deemed anomalous. A black dragon with too much bone spur growth. A rune priest whose talents did not quite match the librarium's records. A salamander whose resistance to fire seemed to cross the line into the unnatural, even for his chapter. Some were seized outright. Others were reassigned to special duties and never seen again. In hidden vaults, Thrax built a grim menagerie of gene-crafted warriors stripped of heraldry and freedom. Titus was his prize, the one that would prove his theory that the Astartes were drifting into something the Imperium could no longer tolerate. The end came, as such ends often did, in a different war entirely. The Grey Slayers chapter had strayed. Whether their deviance began as minor doctrinal drift or something more immediate hardly mattered once the Ordo declared them renegade. Thrax leapt at the chance to lead a purge, taking his collected data on Astartes' corruption with him as justification. He mustered a force that included not only his Black Templar allies, but also the Grey Knights, those secretive daemon hunters whose prowess even the most arrogant chapters grudgingly respected. The campaign was brief and horrific. The Grey Slayers died hard on their own fortress world, bolters roaring, battle barges burning in orbit, their howls echoing across the Vox. Thrax was there on the ground, directing extermination with all the cold certainty he had used in the interrogation chamber. When a warp entity finally pushed through the thinning veil, drawn by the slaughter and the Grey Slayer's sins, it found in him a host almost perfectly primed by hatred and contact. Possession was never clean. For Thrax, it was a culmination. The thing that had spent so long circling the edges of his work, that he had thought always outside, came in. For a brief, obscene span, his body became a puppet for the very power he had dedicated his life to opposing. The demon used his knowledge and authority to sow chaos before the Grey Knights cut him down with blades that burned his flesh and the entity inside it in tandem. When Thrax died, his projects did not simply vanish. The Inquisition is a hydra made of paper and blood. Another Inquisitor was assigned to review his work. She went through his records, his vaults, his hidden bastions. In one such facility, tucked away on a forgotten rock in the shadow of a dying star, she found the stasis cells. Rows of sarcophagi, each containing an Astartes suspended between heartbeats. Here a warrior with skin like ebonstone, horns budding from his skull. There a hulking figure whose gene seed had reacted badly with something in his homeworld's atmosphere, producing bony ridges and tumors. And in one, painted in ultramarine blue beneath the thin frost of stasis, Demetrian Titus, captain of the 2nd Company, hero of Grier, eyes closed, expression caught midway between defiance and exhaustion. Protocol suggested destroying them. Too dangerous, too many unknowns, too much potential embarrassment if word got out that an Inquisitor had been hoarding space marines like curiosities. The reviewing Inquisitor balked. Perhaps she believed that the Ordo owed these warriors something more than a quiet execution after using them as test subjects. Perhaps she simply did not want to carry Thrax's particular brand of sin on her own soul. In any case, she wrote a different order. The bastion would be maintained. The cells would be catalogued. Their occupants would be kept in stasis until a decision could be made. She did not hurry that decision. Then she, too, moved on to other wars. Time for those in the cells meant nothing. For the galaxy outside, it meant a great deal. It was not Thrax who broke those seals in the end. It was the Red Hunters. That chapter's whole existence was bound up with the whims of the Inquisition. They operated in the shadows, doing the work other chapters could not be seen to do. Their heraldry often covered or altered at their master's command. When word came down of an abandoned, inquisitorial bastion that needed securing before some opportunistic heretic or Xenos claimant crawled into it, they answered. The Red Hunters breached the station's wards with melter charges and seal-breaker rights. They fought through feral servitors and the half-degraded remnants of Thrax's security systems. In the deep levels, behind layers of sealed bulkheads, they found the rows of stasis sarcophagi. The machine spirits of the stasis field generators flickered, starved of maintenance. Some pods were dark, their occupants long since dead in whatever slow failure had taken them. Others glowed fitfully, still clinging to their charges with freezing hands. One of the Red Hunter sergeants wiped frost from a viewport and stared in at the face beneath. The Ultramarine stared back, unmoving, eyes frozen shut. The Red Hunters did not decide what happened next. They reported. The Inquisition, now under different management, sent new orders. Some of the imprisoned Astartes were executed where they lay, pods vented to vacuum or flooded with cleansing fire. Others, deemed sufficiently untainted or useful, were thawed. Among that latter number, Demetrian Titus returned to the waking world. Consciousness slammed back into him like a bolt round. He opened his eyes with a gasp, lungs burning as they dragged in air that stank of machine oil and stale incense. His muscles spasmed against restraints that had not been designed to accommodate the sudden surge of life after so long in abeyance. Servitors and Medicaid personnel swarmed around the pod, chanting half-forgotten litanies of revival. He broke the restraints on instinct, tearing them from their housings as if they were wax bindings rather than metal. The world he woke to was not the one he had left. Grier was an old entry in a campaign log now. Thrax was dead, his name a curse among some circles, a cautionary tale about obsession even within the ruthless ranks of the Inquisition. The Tyrannid menace had grown teeth and many new names. The Great Rift had torn the sky in half. Guilliman had returned to lead a new crusade. A standard century or more had slid past, while Titus had hung in the dark, his body unaging, his mind frozen on the last note of defiance. They told him some of this, not all. Enough to orient a warrior they did not particularly want thinking too hard about his own treatment. He was given a choice of sorts. He could return to the Ultramarines, submit to their judgment, resume his place if they would have him. Or he could take the long vigil in a different way, joining the Death Watch as a black shield, his heraldry stripped, his past sealed, his only duty the killing of Xenos in the darkest corners of the Imperium's wars. To Titus, the choice was not truly a choice. He had called out for his chapter in the dark between torments, voice raw, prayers punched out between psychic screams. He had heard nothing back. Intellectually, he could understand why. The Inquisition's walls were thick, its secrets deep. Emotionally, the silence had festered. A part of him believed, irrational or not, that Macraga had washed its hands of him, that his name had been marked down as suspect and then forgotten under the weight of more immediate wars. He no longer trusted institutions, not the Ordo that had tortured him in the Emperor's name, not the administrative labyrinth that had swallowed Calgar's petitions without a ripple, not even, fully, the chapter that had raised him from a child on Torrentus to a captain of the Second Company, and then failed to drag him back from the black pits of Thrax's obsession. He trusted the Emperor. He trusted war. Everything else was noise. So he chose exile. The heraldry was stripped from his armor. The blue was overpainted. The sigils of the Ultramarines were chiseled from his shoulders with care and grim ceremony. In their place, he received the black and silver of the Death Watch, the Inquisition's own, chain of Astartes killers. Upon one pauldron, polished to a mirror sheen, the inquisitorial skull glared. Upon the other, for now, there was only a scoured patch where his old chapter badge had been. "What name shall we record?" the watch captain of Watcher Keep asked, his voice echoing in the stone core of the fortress. "Nullus," Titus said. "I am no one." The watch captain inclined his head. The name went into the records. The man who had been Demetrian Titus, captain of the Second Company, hero of Grier, vanished into a column of designation and assignments. His file, thick with inquisitorial annotations and redacted blocks of text, was sealed under codes that would keep it from all but the most dedicated prying. A century of torture had not broken him. It had eroded things. Trust, identity, any sense that his own survival would ever be enough to earn him rest. Every interrogation had circled back to the same core question: why will you not break? In the end, his answer was not words. It was simply that he continued to exist, that he continued to choose in each new waking to stand, to breathe, to fight. Survival had become his only act of rebellion. On Watcher Keep, under the shadow of a fortress that bristled with Xenos trophies and kill markers, a black shield named Nullus stepped into the kill chamber for his first Death Watch briefing. He wore no chapter badge. He volunteered no history. His chainsword hung at his hip, teeth newly honed. His eyes were the same flat, assessing blue they had been back on Torrentus, on Beta Arcturus, on Grier, and in the darkness between Thrax's torments. He had been tortured in the Emperor's name, and come out the other side not cleansed, not redeemed, but pared down to essentials. Whatever strange resilience the warp had failed to crack, the Imperium had now wrapped in a new layer of anonymity and purpose. The galaxy would meet him next, not as a captain of Ultramar, but as a nameless killer in black, a weapon loosed into the dark places where Xenos horrors bred. They scraped the blue from his armor like they were skinning a corpse. The sigils of Ultramar went first, chiseled from his pauldrons by a Tech Marine's servo arm, each fragment of ceramite falling to the stone floor with a sound that was painfully like broken bone. The Omega symbol that had once marked him as a son of Macragge became a ragged crater. Honor markings, campaign badges, every little record of where he had bled for the Imperium, all were burned away under rune-etched scrapers and searing incense. At the end of it, he stood bare of identity, wrapped only in the black plate of the Death Watch, one arm polished silver, one shoulder left deliberately unmarked. "What name?" the watch captain of Watcher Keep had asked, voice echoing in the fortress vaulted chamber, heavy with the weight of 1,000 whispered oaths. "No name," Titus had said. "Nullus." Nothing. It was not humility, it was judgment. His honor was broken, tarnished in his own eyes by the chains and the long silence that had followed. His chapter's honor, he thought, was stained by its failure to rip him from Thrax's grip. The only things that still made sense were war and death. If he could not trust his heraldry, he could at least trust the purpose of the Death Watch: kill the Xenos. Kill them until there were no bullets left or no breath left, whichever came first. Watcher Keep hung in the void like a blade. It was a fortress of black stone and gunmetal, its outer skin decorated with the skulls and trophies of countless alien species. Tyrannid carapaces bolted above bulkheads, Eldar helms with the eye lenses punched out, and purity seals nailed through them. Orc glyph plates, scorched and blackened, chained to the walls as warnings. The fortress was a reliquary of hatred. It served as bastion and shrine for the chamber militant of the Ordo Xenos. The Death Watch were not a chapter, not really. They were an ongoing war crime the Imperium had converted into doctrine. Take warriors from a dozen chapters, strip them of their colors, give them kill orders that no one else could stomach, drop them into hellholes where the mainline forces were already broken and bleeding, then mark the survivors down for further use. They were not meant to be seen by civilians. They were not meant to exist in history books. They were scalpels dipped in poison, cutting into the worst infections the galaxy could throw up. Nullus took to it with an ease that unnerved men who had thought themselves hardened. He said little in the arming chambers. He listened to mission briefings with flat intensity, absorbing details of Xenos physiology and hive node structures, of Tau command cadres and Orc warboss hierarchies. He was punctual, efficient, ruthless in the kill chambers where they practiced live fire drills with captured monsters. He did not volunteer where he had come from. Those who recognized fragments of his old bearing from distant campaigns kept their thoughts to themselves. The Death Watch did not ask questions, it did not need answered. On one deployment, he fought alongside a veteran of the Iron Hands against a Genestealer infestation in a mining moon, the two of them carving their way through rock tunnels slick with human and alien blood, their bolter fire turning chitin and bone into filthy paste. On another, he stood shoulder to shoulder with a Raven Guard marksman, the two of them picking off Tau battlesuit pilots one by one from the shadows of a shattered refinery, each kill a precise subtraction. On a third, he boarded an Orc cruiser with a salamander whose laughter boomed even as they turned corridors into abattoirs. Each time, Nullus was the same. Advance, identify the heart of the enemy, tear it out. He seemed, to those who watched, to be trying to spend himself in battle. He volunteered for the dirtiest missions, the ones with the lowest survival, projections. He went in expecting not to come back. The problem, from his perspective, was that he kept surviving. While he bled in the dark, the galaxy bled harder. The great rift tore open across the stars, an impossible wound stretching from galactic pole to galactic pole, vomiting demons and madness into real space. Whole sectors vanished behind its curtain of empiric fire, their signals snuffed out in a single collective scream. Other regions were left stranded, cut off from terror, their only light the witch-fire glow of warp storms. The age of Imperium, already an edifice of rot built atop older ruins, staggered. Robert Guilliman, dragged from his near-death stasis by the heretic miracle of his own sons, and the Adeptus Mechanicus launched the Indomitus Crusade. Fleets roared out from Ultramar and Terra both, battle barges, black ships and Arch Mechanicus vessels, massing into armadas that burned their way across the void. They fought through seas of demons and traitors, reforging broken lines of communication, smashing aside Xeno's opportunists, leaving behind new formations of warriors in fresh, taller armor, the Primaris. Nullus did not see the triumphs, the banners raised, the new oaths sworn in the light of a reborn Primarch. He saw the underside of the crusade. He fought in forgotten systems where the Xenos took advantage of the chaos to sink deeper hooks into human flesh. He boarded space hulks, teeming with nid organisms that had been spat sideways by warp tides, burning nests before they could seed new infections. He killed, and every time he came back to watch a keep with new scars, the armorers nodded quietly to one another and tightened the seals on his plate. Then the fourth tyrannic war ignited. Hive fleets, that slow and awful tide of alien hunger had never really withdrawn. Tendrils of Leviathan and other unnamed swarms continued to probe the borders of Imperial space, testing, tasting, chewing off pieces where they could. In Segmentum Pacificus, the situation snapped from distant threat to present catastrophe with brutal speed. Worlds already drained by the needs of the Indomitus Crusade suddenly found themselves in the path of a new push. They had fewer men, fewer ships, fewer shells in their magazines. The hive ships did not care. They came on regardless, kilometers-long shadows filled with teeth and digestive acid, extruding their endless menageries of bioforms toward any source of biomass. The Residius system was one such source. It was not glamorous. No shrine world, no fortress, no jewel of the Administratum's tithing charts. It was a knot of backwater planets and moons threaded together by trade lanes and hab clusters. It had Promethium, minor manufactories, a few agri-holdings, and a strategically inconvenient position on the path of a hungry tendril of Leviathan. The Deathwatch files marked it with one simple, sharp line. If it fell, the swarm would have leverage into deeper Imperial space. Kill Team Kassaran was dispatched. They assembled in Watcher Keep's briefing chamber, a half-circle of killers in mismatched armor, unified by the silver arm and the black field of the Inquisition on their shoulders. There was Harkon, the space wolf, big even by Astartes standards, teeth bared in something that was not quite a grin and not quite a snarl, runes dangling from his armor and the dry tang of Fenrisian ice and mead clinging to him like a ghost. He favored a heavy bolter and a chain axe, laughing as he fired, then laughing harder when it came to close work. There was Marius, the Blood Angel, his plate adorned with sculpted tears and wing motifs, eyes a little too bright, always resting a fraction too long on images of carnage during mission simulations. He fought with blade and bolt pistol both, moving with an almost unnatural grace, the echo of that ancient noble madness his gene line carried lurking behind every controlled strike. There was Rhetoric, the Black Templar, wrapped in scripture-covered tabard, chains binding his weapons to his gauntlets as if he did not trust himself to be unarmed. He spoke little, muttered litanies constantly, and looked at Nullus with a fanatic's suspicion. To him, the idea of an Astartes who had willingly stripped his chapter badge off his armor was almost as blasphemous as the Xenos they hunted. There was Acastus, the Dark Angel, secrets coiled under his silence like a serpent under a rock. His eyes were hooded, his voice measured. He carried a plasma gun and a blade, whose edge never dulled, both decorated with symbols, whose meaning he never entirely explained. And there was Nullus, who bore no chapter badge, who wore his black plate like a penance, and his chainsword like a promise. They regarded one another in the flickering light of the briefing hololith. They came from chapters that had, in other circumstances, distrusted or outright hated one another. Here, those old rivalries were muted by a shared understanding. In the Death Watch, you did not have to like the warrior next to you, but you had to trust his ability to kill. The mission was simple on parchment and obscene in practice. Hive fleet organisms had already seeded the jungles of Kadaku, a death world within the Residia system. The 8th Cadian Regiment, veterans who had once fought beside Titus on Grier, now found themselves fed into that green hell as a stopgap, their numbers chewed down to a fraction by waves of gaunts and lesser horrors. If the Tyrannid infestation reached critical mass planetside, the planet would become a spawning pool that could breed enough bioforms to overrun the system's remaining defenses. The Mechanicus had a virus warhead, a relic of older, uglier wars. If detonated in the correct location, it would turn Kadaku's air and soil into solvents and choking death, stripping biomass down to its base components in a matter of hours. In the clean logic of the Imperium's strategy, it was a small price to pay. One world dead to prevent a dozen more from being eaten. Kill Team Kasseran's job was to carry that warhead through the jungle and plug it into an orbital launcher before the Tyranids could consume either the device or the team. Kadaku greeted them with teeth. The jungle was a living wall, trees grown to impossible heights, their trunks twisted and armored in bark so thick it could deflect last fire. The undergrowth writhed, vines hung like nooses from branches slick with perpetual mist. Everything dripped, everything stank of wet earth and decay. Indigenous predators, monstrous even before the Tyranids arrived, had already gone to ground or been eaten. Their bones decorated clearings as warning or bait. The gaunts moved through that choking green like a tide of blades and chittering hunger. Flesh borers spat living ammunition, beetle things that burrowed into armor joints and meat alike, chewing as they went. Warriors, taller and thicker, herded them. Carapace ridges scarred with old battles, talons clicking. Nullus led. He had taken point before, in worse places, and his mind ticked through distances and sight lines automatically. The virus device rode in a cradle on a grav sled that hummed faintly, its machine spirit sullen at being dragged through mud and over roots rather than along clean decking. Cadian survivors, gaunt men with haunted eyes and laser guns held like sacraments, formed a ragged escort behind the Astartes. All of them knew, though no one said it aloud, that they were no more than a moving sacrifice to keep bioforms busy, while the kill team did the real work. They did not advance in silence. Tyranids did not care about noise. Bolters barked, crisp and regular, punching fist-sized holes through gaunt skulls, turning frail torsos into exploding bags of ichor and brittle bone. The air quickly filled with the stink of alien blood, a sharp acid tang that burned throats. Chainswords revved. Whenever the Xenos closed to melee, teeth chewing through limbs and thoraxes, spraying strings of meat and slick chitin fragments across tree trunks. Marius cut in spirals, each stroke an arc of elegance that left a trail of dismembered bodies. Haakon laughed and waded, chain axe rising and falling, severed heads tumbling in his wake. Rhetoric bellowed litanies as he fired, each scripture punctuated by the crack of explosive shells. Acastus picked targets with icy precision, plasma fire reducing larger beasts to steaming piles of slagged armor and fused tissue. Nullus moved through it all with the same brutal economy he had shown on Grier. He did not roar, he did not curse, he advanced. Every round he fired went somewhere that mattered. Every stroke of his chain blade made a path forward. When gaunts swarmed up his legs, Trying to drag him down under a tide of clawed bodies, he tore them free and stomped them into paste, never slowing. They lost ground in men, not meters. Cadians died screaming, dragged under by bioforms that overwhelmed their lines. One sergeant was impaled by a warrior's talons, lifted from the ground and torn in half like wet paper. His men fired reflexively into the monster's face, blowing chunks out of its skull until it dropped, still twitching. The grav sled's machine spirit squealed in binary complaint as alien ichor spat at its casing and chewed at its wards. Hours bled into days, each marked only by ammunition counts and casualty figures. Then the Carnifex came. It announced itself with a roar that shook the trees, a guttural bellow that vibrated in rib cages. The thing crashed through the undergrowth like a tank made of bone and rage, its carapace ridged and scarred, its frontal armor layered in overlapping plates thick enough to turn crack rockets. Clawed forelimbs scythed down trees as if they were reeds. Its maw dripped strings of partially digested meat, and its breath was a wet, rotting exhalation that washed over. The Astartes like the exhale of an open tomb. The first impact scattered the Cadians. Men died without even understanding what had hit them. Bodies pulped into unrecognizable forms under the Carnifex's charge. Hakon met it head-on, heavy bolter roaring, shells detonating against that thick armor and sloughing off plates in showers of shards. The beast hit him and kept going, smashing him aside like a toy, throwing him into a tree trunk with enough force to snap the ancient wood and his spine in the same instant. Marius darted in, blade-seeking joints graceful even in the midst of this brutality. He scored a line across the beast's neck, drawing fountains of gore, but a backhanded swipe caught him mid-leap. He spun away, armor crushed in at the chest, helm cracked open, hitting the ground bonelessly. Rhetoric planted his feet and poured fire into the monster's gaping maw, shouting oaths to the Emperor that were half challenge, half plea. The Carnifex answered by slamming into him, jaws closing around his upper body, biting down. Blackplate crunched, blood and armor fragments sprayed, the Templar's litanies cut off mid-curse. Acastus held for a heartbeat longer, plasma guns spitting a continuous stream of overcharged fire that burned craters into the Carnifex's side, boiling flesh and armor into ugly, smoking craters. The weapon's machine spirit screamed as it overheated, warning runes flaring. He ignored them until the gun exploded in his hands, engulfing him in a sphere of star-level heat and shrapnel. In the space of heartbeats, Kill Team Kassarin was reduced to 1. Nullus stepped into the gap. He was already bleeding. Claws and teeth had torn at his armor throughout the march. Splinter injuries from crashing branches and exploding alien bodies had lodged in the gaps of his plate. One pauldron was a ragged ruin, the black paint stripped away to bare, scored ceramite. His breath rasped in his throat, lungs laboring under cracked ribs. None of that mattered. The Carnifex lowered its horned head and charged. He did not hold his ground. He moved, sidestepping at the last instant, slamming his chainsword into the beast's neck as it thundered past. Teeth screeched across chitin, ripping out a ragged trench of gore and shattered armor. The Carnifex screamed, a sound like tearing metal, and spun, tail lashing. It caught him across the torso, lifted him from his feet, hurled him into the undergrowth. He hit a tree hard enough to crater it. Something in his spine popped. His vision went grey around the edges. He slid to the ground, armor alarms howling in his ear, phantom pain signals spiking and then burning out as his transhuman nervous system shunted damage aside in favor of function. He pushed himself up. The Carnifex came again. This time, there was no subtlety. It hit with all its mass, jaws opening to clamp down. He rammed his chainsword between those plates of bone, jamming the mechanism. Teeth gnashed. The weapon screamed as it was crushed, motor dying, blade folding. The impact tore him open, armor splitting, meat following. He felt his own blood flooding under his plate, hot and sticky, soaking into the padding. Claws punched through his side, grinding against ribs. hooking around organs. He held on. With one arm trapped in the maw, the other shattered against the ground, he used what leverage he had and jammed a crack grenade up into the softer portions of the Carnifex's mouth with his free hand. He thumbed the activation rune and let the beast's own bite drive the explosive deeper. The detonation turned its brain into slurry. Its head came apart in a fountain of gore and bone fragments. The top half of its skull vanished in a mist of pulverized matter. The rest of its bulk crashed down, pinning Nullus under tons of dying tyrannid. Acidic blood poured over his armor, eating into cracks, seeping through. He lay there, crushed, bleeding out into the jungle floor, lungs filling, hearts laboring. His vision narrowed to a tunnel in which the only things that mattered were the distant flickering lights of the objective marker on his retinal display and the soft, insistent hum of the virus warhead's machine spirit on the grav sled, which somehow still functioned amid the carnage. He did not think of glory. He thought only that the mission was not yet complete. There were still meters between the device and the launch platform. Someone had to close that distance. It was not going to be any of the Cadians. They were dead or fleeing. His kill team lay in broken piles around him. That left only him. He dragged himself out from under the corpse. It was clumsy. It was undignified. At one point, he had to reach into his own abdomen to push a loop of intestine back in so he could move without treading on it. He crawled, leaving a slick trail behind him. Each handspan of progress cost more blood. The world around him echoed with distant roars and the skitter of lesser bioforms closing in. But in that moment, none of them mattered as much as the line between him and the launcher. Somewhere far above, the warp seethed. Chief Librarian Tigurius of the Ultramarines rode the unquiet currents as the strike force bearing the second company pushed into the Residius system. The psychic noise of a system under tyrannid assault was a mess of screaming static. Souls going dark by the thousands. Hive mind pressure pounding on the edges of reality. The cold alien hunger that was the gestalt of the swarm creeping into every thought. In that foul sea, he felt something that did not fit. A soul signature he recognized from another war, another life. A note of stubborn defiance he had felt before in the warp storms above Grier, in the brief pain transmissions of an Astartes being dragged into darkness in chains. It flared and guttered as if on the edge of extinction, but it did not break. Demetrian Titus, Tigurius thought with the certainty of a man gifted to read the music of souls. Not Nullus. Titus. He snapped orders over the command vox, directing thunderhawks and teleport beacons with the sharpness of a blade. The coordinates he gave could not have made sense based purely on tactical data. They made perfect sense if you understood that there was a man down there who refused to die, and that the Imperium had already cheated him once. On Cadacu's surface, Nullus, Titus, dragged himself the last few meters to the launcher's control plinth. His hand, slick with his own blood and tyrannid ichor, slapped down on the rune pad. The machine spirit, offended but obedient, accepted his command. The warhead cycled into place, clamps locking, fueling lines engaging. Somewhere, sirens howled in warning. In orbit, picked feeds flicked from passive monitoring to active parameters for a high-yield pathogen strike. He slumped, mission complete, body finally accepting that there was nothing more to be done. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was the descending shadow of an Ultramarine's Thunderhawk, dropping through the jungle canopy, engines blasting foliage to ash. He did not feel them haul him aboard, did not hear the shouted curses of apothecaries and tech marines as they saw the state his body was in and the faint, fluttering readings of his hearts. He did not hear Tigurius demanding that they keep him alive. He was already sinking, not into the warp's clutches, but into the deep, surgery-haunted pit that lay under the Rubicon Primaris. The Calgarian rites were named for the first chapter master of the Ultramarines to undergo them, but they were older in design than that. They were the Emperor's grim optimism made flesh, the idea that even his already remade sons could be remade again, made taller, stronger, faster, more resilient. Crossing the Rubicon meant dying on a table while the apothecaries tore out and rebuilt half your body, grafting new organs and bone structures into the existing framework. It meant betting that your will and your gene seed could endure a second, more savage birth. Titus did not volunteer. He was in no state to. The decision was made for him because he was too valuable to waste, and because, perhaps, there was a sliver of guilt in the hearts of those on Macragge who had let him hang in stasis while Thrax played his games. They cut the old body open. They removed damaged organs and replaced them with more refined versions. They lengthened bones. They fused new, denser strands of muscle into his frame. They implanted additional hearts, lungs, glands, and circuits, all tuned to the Primaris pattern. They patched and smoothed the scars left by Thrax's work and the Carnifex's mauling, covering over the history of his suffering with a cleaner, more lethal design. He died at least once on the table. Heart stopped, brain activity flatlined. For a breath, a minute, a span that could have been endless, he hung on the edge. The warp pressed close again, as it always did at such moments. It offered release. He refused, as he always had. He came back. When he woke, it was to the sterile smell of the apothecarian aboard an Ultramarine strike cruiser. He lay on a slab, not unlike the ones he had known under very different circumstances, but the restraints here were gentle, meant to stop a patient thrashing himself into further injury, rather than to pin him for interrogation. His body felt wrong, longer, heavier, stronger. Each breath drew more air than it should have. Each heartbeat felt like a hammer blow in his chest. He flexed his fingers and watched cords of new muscle shift under skin marked with fresh surgical lines. The ache was immense, but it was a clean ache, the ache of growth rather than mutilation. Someone set a helm down on the edge of his cot. The helmet was blue, the rich cobalt of the Ultramarines. The Omega symbol of Macragge gleamed on its brow. The company marking on its trim was one he knew intimately, the second. "You have crossed the Rubicon, brother," a voice said. "Welcome back." Later, he would stand in the arming chamber, newly forged Primaris plate locked around his remade frame, the armor heavier and yet somehow more responsive than any he had worn before. He would see his reflection in a polished plate and recognize himself and not recognize himself in the same heartbeat. Taller, broader, the same eyes looking out from a chassis designed for a new era of war. The name Demetrian Titus returned to his records. He was assigned not as captain, that mantle already sat on the shoulders of Sevastus Acheran, but as a lieutenant under the new master of the second company. Acheran had his own scars, his own history wrought in the fires of conflicts Titus had slept through in stasis. There were mutterings among some that the former captain should have been restored to his old role. Titus himself did not contribute to those whispers. He had been captain. He had lost the right to that rank on an inquisitor's whim. He had been no one. He had been nullus. Now he was something different again. When Acheran gave him his first orders as a subordinate officer, Titus listened, nodded, and obeyed. No trace of bitterness colored his answer. Whatever storms rolled under the armor, they did not touch his voice. He was back in blue, back in the second company, back under the banner of Ultramar, in a body remade to meet a galaxy that had only become more hostile and more twisted in his absence. He did not know yet that the Residious War would drag him into the depths of chaos plots and Necron tombs, that Zar-Uj awaited him with its frozen nightmares, that 500 worlds would one day look to him as their warden. In that moment, waking from the Calgarian rites, the only thing that mattered was simple and familiar. There was still war to be done. He would spill blood for Ultramar again. Titus went back to war in blue. The first time he had set foot on Kadaku, he had worn no colors but the black and silver of the Death Watch, Nullus with his heraldry scraped away and his past buried. Now the jungle death world burned beneath the void under a different sky, and he descended toward it in the battle barge's hold as an ultramarine once more, a Primaris lieutenant of the 2nd Company, his plate the deep cobalt of Macraga, his pauldrons bearing the Omega and the white trim of Old Honor. Under him, the 2nd Company bled itself across an entire world. Kadaku was being eaten alive. The Tyranids of Leviathan had seeded it, with capillary towers grown from its own forests, great veined trunks that pumped stolen biomass into the sky toward orbiting hive ships. The air stank of spores and burning promethium. The flora and fauna that had once called the planet home were either dead, twisted into new, more useful forms, or hiding in holes the swarm would eventually find and strip. Captain Sevastus, Acheron's voice came over the Strike Force Vox, level even amid the disaster. "Planetary evacuation is underway," he said. "Mechanicus personnel and what remains of the 8th Cadian are buying time with their lives. The orbital cannons have been overrun. That changes now. Lieutenant Titus, Combat Squad Damocles will support the guardsmen in retaking the guns." Titus inclined his head within his helm, though Acheron could not see it. "We will clear the bastions," he replied. "Kadaku will not die in silence." With him stood Valorum Gadriel, hard-eyed and perpetually suspicious, his helm mag locked at his belt, as if he wanted nothing between his gaze and the galaxy he judged. Madurus Chiron, all restrained violence and barely leashed zeal, checked the feed on his Gravis Armor's plate-mounted bolter. 3 other Primaris brothers, silent and focused, completed Damocles. Around them in the hold, other squads went through their own rituals, last checks of war gear, last murmured catechisms. The Thunderhawk that bore them down into Kadaku's choked atmosphere shook as the heat of entry crawled across its hull. When the ramp dropped, jungle and war noise rushed in. The forest was a charnel house. Cadian bodies lay tangled with Tyranid corpses in the mire, flak armor shredded, laser guns discarded with hands still locked around them in rigor. Gaunt skittered over the fallen, pausing only to chew the meat from any corpse that had cooled sufficiently for the hive mind to deem it fully dead. Farther out, trees bent under the weight of capillary towers, their bark split to show organic conduits pulsing beneath. Damocles hit the ground as one, bolters barking almost before their boots touched soil. The Cadians, still alive in the foxholes around the landing site, looked up in something like shock as the Ultramarines tore into the nearest biomorphs. Fleshborer beetles burst against ceramite, their mandibles scrabbling uselessly as they tried to find purchase. Bolter shells, the familiar, comforting bark of mass reactive death, blew gaunt heads apart, turned chests into mist. "Major Sarkana, this is Lieutenant Titus of the 2nd. He voxed over the local guard net as he advanced, his voice cutting through panicked reports and strangled death cries. "We are moving on the gun emplacements. Rally what you can and follow." The reply came with the crackle of static and the ragged edge of exhaustion. "Thought the angels had forgotten us, Lieutenant," Sarkana rasped. "We will be there. Just keep those Xenos off the guns long enough to get them talking." The guns were dug into a ridge that had once been solid stone and was now half wrapped in Tyranid creep, the defensive bastions looking like teeth caked in diseased flesh. The cannons themselves were mechanicus monstrosities of steel and sanctity, barrel housings crusted with purity seals, their fire control auspex cradled in cogitator shrines. Now they were silent, their crews dead or fled, their chambers fouled by alien intrusion. Titus led Damocles straight into the worst of it. Gaunts poured down the access ramps like a living avalanche, claws scratching sparks from the decking. Warriors loomed behind them, their barbed rifles spitting gouts of living ammunition. A Carnifex already lay dead in the gun pit. Its bulk collapsed across a shattered barricade where some poor bastard had lured it into a concentrated fire lane and paid for the attempt with his life. "Advance," Titus said simply, and the squad obeyed. They fought up the ramps shoulder to shoulder with the surviving Cadians, last bolts flaying chitin where bolter shells could not be spared, bayonets stabbing into the soft undersides of alien throats. The Tyranids came in endless waves, more bodies always appearing in the gaps left by the fallen, mindless in their individual fearlessness, perfectly focused in their collective hunger.
Be sure to subscribe. You know you want to. If you don't, you'll be sent to the void and nobody will find you for the rest of your life. So go, be sure to subscribe. Remember, subscribe.
Primaris physiology and Astartes. Discipline turned that tide into a butcher's tally. Gadriel's bolt rifle thundered in disciplined bursts, every round punching out an eye, a joint, a brain node. Charon's heavy blade carved a space of splintered armor and splashing ichor around him, precise even in the frenzy. Titus moved at the front, his chainsword screaming as it chewed into warrior torsos, biting through layered bone and into pulsing inner organs, severing spinal stacks that sprayed purplish fluid across his plate. They reached the control sanctum under a rain of ichor. The tech adepts who had once tended the cannons were dead, their robed forms ragdoll flung across consoles, mechadendrites torn loose, blood slicking the cog plates. Tyranid residue crusted the cogitator keys, organic tendrils already trying to penetrate the machine housings. Titus put a bolt round through the skull of a still twitching Hormagaunt, then turned to the nearest functioning panel. "Get these guns back," he barked, and an ultramarine tech marine already at his shoulder nodded, plugging his mechadendrites into waiting ports, chanting Binharic appeasements to half-panicked machine spirits. Outside, the bastion shook as a hive ship's bioplasma lanced into the upper atmosphere, a distant thunder that made the ground vibrate. "Target solution in hand," the tech marine intoned. "Firing." The cannon roared. The beam it hurled skyward was not some neat lance of light. It was a column of annihilation, vox screens flaring to white as its passage tore a bright wound across the murk. In the upper atmosphere, where grim Imperial Auspex arrays tracked all, a vast organic shadow bloomed with sudden thermal spikes. A hive ship took the blow amidships. Chitin layers cracked, internal vats and gestation organs ruptured, a fountain of spore clouds and burning matter vomiting out into space. One Leviathan died screaming, its psychic death cries shuddering through the local hive mind. On Kadaku's surface, the gaunts convulsed, some dropping outright as the synaptic feedback crashed down. For a moment, the endless tide faltered. It was not victory. The swarm had more ships. There were always more ships. But one corpse drifting in the void meant evac craft could punch a temporary lane through the blockade. For the Imperium, that counted as a triumph. Titus did not linger to celebrate. Once the Bastion's defenses were stabilized, and Cadian crews bloodily reinstalled at their stations, he and Damocles withdrew to their Thunderhawk, armor scarred, magazines low, but alive. Acheron met him on the deck of the battle barge Resilient, helm tucked under one arm, his own plate spattered with Tyranid gore from separate kills. "You have bought us time," the captain said, "enough to begin pulling out more than corpses and scrap." Titus saluted, then waited. Acheron did not summon him personally, just to offer praise. "There is more," the captain continued. "The Ordo and the Mechanicus have both made this system their concern. Archmagos Nozick Beta 12 has petitioned for immediate extraction. He refuses to leave without critical data for a project under Primarch sanction." The name crawled under Titus's skin like a spider. "Project Aurora," he said. Acheron's eyes narrowed slightly. "You know the designation." "I know enough to mistrust anything that has secret projects and Mechanicus Archmagi in the same sentence," Titus replied. "And I have carried that name in Deathwatch briefings. My kill team was sent to Kadaku once already because of it, Captain. A long time ago before this." He did not say that the word Aurora was stamped in his memory, alongside the taste of burning tyrannid flesh and the feel of a virus bomb's detonation rolling across a world. He did not say that buried in those same memories was Grier, and a warp-touched artifact that had refused to behave as any sane object should. A Charon heard enough. Nozick refuses all attempts to remove him without his data, the captain said. The Primarch himself has approved the continuation of Aurora. Whatever it is deemed valuable enough that firing a virus payload into the planet to clear our retreat is off the table. You will go down, secure the Archmagos, his data, and anything related to the project. Then you will escort him back to this ship. Understood? Duty warred with experience in Titus' gaze for a heartbeat. I will do as ordered, he said. But if I find what I think I will find, Captain, I will speak plainly. Acheron's mouth tightened. You may speak. You will still obey. They went back to Kadaku. This time the Tyranids knew their scent. Bioforms shifted to intercept their descent path, gargoyles swarming around the Thunderhawk like a cloud of knives, capillary towers vomiting spore mines into their flight lanes. Ground fire from improvised guard positions and the last functioning bastions carved some of the sky clean, but many of the creatures still reached them, claws scoring ceramite, acid slime hissing over armor. They punched through regardless, setting down near Nozick's facility, a Mechanicus complex already half submerged in alien growth. Promethium wells in the surrounding valley burned like artificial suns, clarion evidence that other Astartes squads had followed Titus's suggestion and turned the wilderness into a wall of fire to slow the swarm. Inside, the facility was a labyrinth of cog shrines and data stacks, corridors walled with server banks humming with encrypted sin. Nozick was there, wrapped in more metal than flesh, mechadendrites twitching, augmetic eyes whirring as he saw the sons of Guilliman arrive. You are late, he grated, voice layered with machine distortion. Data must be preserved. Aurora must not be lost. Your survival is also of some interest, Titus replied. We are here to ensure both. Move. Nozick moved, but grudgingly, always checking that servo skulls had collected every scrap of code, every sliver of information. When at last they dragged him out to the waiting gunship, the jungle beyond the walls was a roiling carpet of living chitin. They did not get far. Anti-air fire that was not tyrannid punched up at them as they rose. The Thunderhawk lurched as something tore through its wing. Systems screamed. Titus saw the ground rushing back up at them and braced. He woke to smoke. The wreckage of the gunship lay across a swathe of jungle, armor plates peeled back, engines half buried. Nozick was dead, his remains tangled in broken restraint harnesses. Human bodies lay scattered around the crash site in postures that did not match the violence of an impact. They were arranged, almost ritualistically, and the metal around them was carved with symbols Titus recognized all too well. Chaos runes, daubed in blood and oil. The Tyranids that had been converging on the crash site lay dead, hacked apart with blades or burned with sorcerous fire. Something else had come here, slaughtered its way through the Xenos, and then stopped to paint the wreckage in the language of the warp. In the center of it all, in a sealed adamantium case that had somehow survived intact, was a familiar sense of wrongness. Titus did not need to see the artifact to know what it was. Even sealed, its presence crawled across his rebuilt nerves. His heart stuttered, his vision swam. The same pressure he had felt on Grier pressed against his soul, the warp's interest, focusing like a knife point. He stepped closer anyway. The pain hit like a hammer. His augmented frame, fresh from the Calgarian rites, buckled. He dropped to one knee, gauntlets digging furrows into the dirt. Armor alarms screamed about neural overload and system stress. He heard Gadriel's shout, as if from a distance, Chiron's hand on his shoulder trying to steady him. "Lieutenant, what is it?" Chiron demanded. "The same artifact," Titus forced out between clenched teeth. The same damned thing Nemeroth tried to ascend with on Grier. They have rebuilt Aurora around it. For a heartbeat, he was back in that other forge world, the roar of a warp rift overhead, the weight of impossible energies clawing at his mind as he dragged a sorcerer lord to his death. For a heartbeat, he smelled Grier's ash instead of Kadaku's rot. Then he shoved the memory aside and stood. "We take it," he said, "and we tell Acheron everything." The object was loaded onto another gunship under heavy Mechanicus supervision, tech priests chanting over its cage as if mere noise could contain it. Titus insisted on boarding the same craft. The proximity hurt, dragging at the edges of his thoughts, but he refused to turn his back on it. He woke again in the Apothecarian, body wrung out, tech adepts reporting that his vitals had dipped but never flatlined. No obvious cause, no warp taint, just an inexplicable reaction to proximity with an artifact that should have reduced a normal mind to screaming ruin. Once he could stand, he went straight to Acheron. He told the captain what he had felt. He laid out the Grier connection, the nature of the warp weapon Drogon had tried to wield, the way the artifact acted as both key and fuel for rituals that could tear reality open. He did not soften his words. "You are playing with a demon's heart," Titus said. "You cannot cage such a thing and expect it to obey." Acheron listened, jaw tight. "The Primarch has authorized Aurora's continuation," he said finally. "Orders came direct. The Mechanicus believe they can harness it, use it to nullify chaos influence across entire systems. If Guilliman believes it is worth the risk, it is not for you or for me to decide otherwise. I have seen what happens when men whose faith is in cogitators rather than the Emperor think they can harness the warp," Titus replied. "Nemeroth believed the same. He thought he could shape that power to his own ends. It unmade him. We must destroy the artifact, not build an altar around it." "Your objection is noted," Acheron said, voice flat. "Your duty remains. Aurora will move to Demarium, the Archmago's apprentice. Moraeus Luz is already in motion to complete his mentor's work. You will go to Avarax, secure Luz, and ensure he and his data reach the project intact. Then we will speak again of destruction and duty." So Titus went to Avarax. Hive cities under Tyrannid siege were their own special hell. Fervastium groaned under the weight of 1 billion dead and dying, its spires punctured by capillary towers, its hab blocks turned into nests for alien broods. Damocles fought alongside Cadian platoons, in streets knee-deep in spent casings and blood, purging infested Vox towers, clearing routes for retreat, and for the Mechanicus scuttling toward their own sanctums. They found Luz in a bunker that shook with the impacts of Tyrannid claws against its armored doors, the Magos' remaining bodyguards already half-shredded. Thousand Sons warbands had begun to appear in the city as well, rubric marines marching alongside chittering horrors, their sorcerers using the confusion to cut a path toward Aurora's hidden nodes. By the time Titus had dragged Luz out of that melee, he knew two things with certainty. Aurora was not just a weapon, it was a focal point in the warp that called to sorcerers like blood called to sharks. And he was once again the man the universe had chosen to stand between such a device and the ruinous powers. He tried to send that warning to Marneus Calgar. It should have been simple. Fight their way to the astropathic relay, secure it, have the choir send a message upward through the shrieking warp to the chaptermaster's flagship. Tell him that the Mechanicus had built a warp engine in the heart of a cemetery world using a chaos artifact, and Necron geometry, and that sorcerers of the 1,000 Suns were closing around it like vultures. Nothing in the 41st millennium was ever simple. The relay was under assault from both Tyrannids and Chaos forces when Damocles reached it. Guardsmen died in their dozens around the shattered walls, torn apart by gaunts or ripped open by warp flares from human cultists turned into conduits. Somewhere in the city, Other Ultramarine squads managed to decapitate the local hive mind and purge a demon host that had been jamming all astropathic traffic. The Tyranids faltered. The warp static cleared. Titus, Gadriel, and Chiron fought their way into the relay's core. Astropath Neoma waited there amid her choir, eyes bandaged, flesh thin as paper over bones that glowed faintly with psychic strain. She bowed her head just enough to acknowledge the armored giants who had come, then gestured for Titus to speak. He told her what needed to be sent: the warning, the coordinates, the truth. That Aurora was a blade with two edges, and that Chaos would be just as happy to flip it against the Imperium as the Mechanicus were to turn it against the warp. Neoma nodded and turned her mind outward, her body trembling as invisible currents grabbed at her soul. For a few heartbeats, everything seemed as it should be. The choir chanted. The air grew heavy with pressure, as if the chamber were sinking deep underwater. Titus felt the familiar, horrible presence of the warp pressing close, mediated through mortal minds. Then Neoma's head snapped up. "He is a traitor," she shrieked, voice suddenly raw and wrong. "He would lure Calgar here to die. He serves the Changer. He has always served the Changer." Gadriel moved almost before the words finished, instincts primed by years of suspicion and fear. He lunged at Titus, bolt pistol half drawn, intent on putting the lieutenant down before this imagined betrayal could be realized. Chiron's instincts ran in a different channel. He saw in the astropath's twisted expression, and in the flicker of warp light behind her ruined eyes, the telltale signs of possession. He shifted his aim past Gadriel and fired once. Neoma's head exploded in a halo of light and bone fragments. Her body did not fall. It ballooned, flesh swelling and splitting to let raw warp fire pour out. The smell of burning meat and ozone washed across the chamber. The psychic backlash knocked lesser adepts from their feet. Gadriel froze, realizing in that instant that his anger had been directed where the enemy wanted it. From the ruin of Neoma's corpse, a new shape unfolded. Armor the color of bruised sky, trimmed in gold. A helm shaped like a sorcerer's mask, crowned with horns. Cloth and flesh both alive with shifting sigils. A staff topped with a snarling demonic head that dripped warp light. "I am Imura," the entity said, voice echoing from suffocating distances. "And you are exactly where I need you to be." "Titus!" Bolters barked. Imura laughed and turned aside the shots with a gesture, the rounds detonating in mid-air or veering into the walls to blast chunks from the stone. Warp lightning crawled along the floor, scoring black trails where it passed. The three Ultramarines fanned out, Gadriel swallowing his shame and turning his rage toward the sorcerer, Chiron muttering curses and litanies as he fired. They could not kill him. Not there. Not yet. Imura fought like a creature born to the warp, and only wearing flesh as an afterthought. He flickered from place to place, appearing behind them, in front of them, above them on phantom platforms. He taunted Titus by name, speaking of Grier, of Thrax, of the Deathwatch days, of every old wound the warp had ever tasted from his soul. When the Mechanicus built Aurora, they thought themselves clever, Imura purred, staff raised to catch and bend a bolt round into splinters. They thought they would scour chaos from the stars, close the great rift like snapping shut a book. All they did was hand me a better blade. He vanished in a shriek of warp wind, leaving the relay blasted and bereft, astropaths dead or catatonic, communications only barely restored by the sacrifice. Later, on the Resilient, Acheron told Titus the rest. Thousand Suns warbands and thrall bands had erupted across the Residius system, their movements converging on Demerium, the grim cemetery world where Aurora's main works were housed. Luz, half-mad with zeal and the implanted suggestions of a sorcerer he did not know, had been whispering in his thoughts for years, had sealed himself into the heart of the machine. Aurora was waking. Demerium had always been a world of the dead. Its hills were buried under endless rows of tombstones, mausoleums, ossuaries, catacombs packed with the honored bones of the Imperium's fallen. What the Mechanicus had discovered, and then lied about by omission, was that those graves were only a thin skin over something far older and far less human. The world was a Necron tomb. Blackstone pylons and monoliths lay beneath the surface, long dormant machines built in an epoch when even the stars were younger. Their geometry had been designed to warp the warp, to silence psychers and choke demons wherever their influence reached. To the Archmagi, they were perfect. Harness that nullifying field, wire it into a macro-scale projector, feed it with a chaos artifact already proven capable of shredding demonic ascensions, and you had a weapon that could scour corruption from entire sectors. Or so they believed. Imura had seen deeper. He knew that the same structures that nullified the warp could, with the right adjustments, amplify it. The same obelisks that closed wounds in reality could also tear them open wider. He had nudged Luz's discoveries, inserted insights that felt to the Magos like flashes of genius. He had helped the Mechanicus build their device and made sure they wired a bomb instead. Titus descended into Demerium's guts with Gadriel and Chiron at his side, the three of them riding a thunderhawk through skies torn by warp flares. The surface they saw through the canopy was a nightmare collage of broken graves, floating rock plates, and shimmering auroras of unnatural color. Chaos had already begun to twist the world in response to the beacon Imura had raised. They fought through rubric marines and cultists, through demons swelling up out of corpse ash, through Necron guardians reawakening in confusion and fury beneath the catacombs. Allies and enemies bled together in that hell, green Gauss bolts and red lasfire and blue warp bolts crossing in a mad lattice of annihilation. At the heart of it all, in a cavern of impossible architecture where Necron stone and Mechanicus steel fused, stood Aurora. It was a towering obelisk of blackstone, its surface etched with both alien sigils and fresh machine prayers, cables and conduits, plugged into its base like veins feeding a heart. Around it rose regulator pylons, each one a smaller monolith, humming with captured energies. In its core, visible through a transparent sarcophagus of warded glass and field lines, floated the artifact from Grier, pulsing like a diseased star. Luz's broken voice spilled from Vox units wired into the walls. By combining Necron null field arrays with the power source, we can negate warp presence on a galactic scale, he babbled. We can banish every corruption, every demon, cleanse entire sectors in a single activation. The Primarch's dream made real. Imura's laughter cut across him. You really thought you were the one directing this? The sorcerer jeered, his voice emerging from the air itself. Little cog, you were guided. Every insight, every breakthrough, given to you by my hand. And now, you have built a lovely key to open my door. He manifested in the chamber, staff raised, warp energy crackling, along the obelisk's facets. Thousand Suns forces pressed in from every entrance, a ring of hostile presence closing around the Ultramarines. Titus felt the warp pressure rise as Aurora spooled up. The artifact at its heart flared, light bleeding out in waves that made reality itself twitch. For an instant, he saw a vast, titanic form in the coalescing energies, a bird-headed demon lord straining to pull itself through. Shut it down, he roared. Luz tried. Even as Imura struck him down, the Magos clawed at controls, pulled at levers, attempted to realign field polarities. It was too late. A blast of warp lightning from the sorcerer's staff punched through his chest, hurling him aside in a spray of blood and machine fluids. His body crashed against a console and slid down, leaving a smearing trail. Imura seized the moment. He reached for Aurora, chanting in a tongue born of madness and mathematics, and twisted its purpose. The null fields inverted. The regulator, obelisks flared with sickly light. Instead of suppressing the warp, they dragged it in, focusing it into a single, tearing lance that punched a hole through reality above the tomb. A warp rift tore open, vast and hungry. From it, a Lord of Change stepped, its body a swirling mass of feathers and fangs and shifting eyes, its wings shedding sparks of raw unreality. Lesser demons poured through beneath it, a flood of cackling clawed forms that spilled across Demetrian's surface like oil on water. Titus and his brothers could only fall back and fight for every meter as the tomb world began to rip apart. They were not alone for long. Marneus Calgar arrived with reinforcements, thunderhawks screaming down, tanks carving tracks through the twisted grave fields. The first company, veterans in Terminator plate, teleported into the thickest fighting, storm bolters chattering, power fists crushing rubric marines like brittle statues. Dreadnoughts strode, their sarcophagi filled with ancient rage, laying down curtains of fire. Calgar himself waded to the fore, gauntlets of Ultramar crackling, iron halo burning like a miniature sun over his helm. Together, they executed a plan as mad as anything Imura had conjured. Aurora's power ran through the regulator obelisks. Inverse the polarity of those, and you could turn the device back toward nullification, choking off the rift. Titus led Damocles to one, other squads under Sergeants Viridian and Thalassa, taking others. Under constant fire, they reached the control nodes, Astartes' bodies piled around each console as the regulators were forced through their pain threshold into inversion. Every obelisk they flipped sent a visible shudder through the central Aurora pillar. The Lord of Change shrank with each blow, its howl of outrage rippling across the battlefield. The rift above guttered, shrinking like an eye forced to close. Imura, furious, hurled one last gambit. He opened a fresh tear in the air and hurled a wave of warp energy across the ultramarine lines. Time fractured. Astartes froze in mid-stride. Shells hung in the air like beads on invisible strings. Demon claws paused mid-swipe inches from their faces. Calgar walked on. The field bent around him, repelled by the iron halo and the sheer stubborn force of his will. Imura cursed and stepped through the rift with the Lord of Change at his side, expecting to leave his enemies trapped in a frozen massacre. Titus did not hesitate. He saw the chapter master stride through that aperture into the boiling madness beyond, and followed, Gadriel and Chiron on his heels. They pushed through on the thin wake of stability Calgar left, armor grinding against the skin of reality as it tried to snap closed. The warp greeted them with madness. They stood on fragments of Demerium, chunks of tomb architecture floating in an endless roiling sky of colors that hurt to name. Scenes from the battle hung around them, frozen in mid-carnage, as if a mad god had taken snapshots and left them dangling in the air. Voices whispered from everywhere, trying on familiar tones. A Charon condemning Titus for ever trusting the Mechanicus. Leandros calling him traitor again. Thrax promising that this, finally, would be the interrogation that broke him. Titus pushed through each illusion as he had pushed through the torments of the Inquisition, teeth clenched, mind fixed on one simple truth. Calgar was ahead, and Imura was there with Aurora. They found them. The sorcerer stood at the controls of a vast, twisted reflection of the Aurora obelisk, warp energies streaming down into him. Above, the Lord of Change perched on an impossible ledge, croaking words of flattery and doom. Around them, Calgar fought in a sealed pocket of space, locked in eternal struggle against waves of Tzangors and rubric marines, each kill replaced by another, a prison made of endless battle. Titus did not charge blindly. He fired, shots hammered against. Imura's shield, one finally punching through, tearing a chunk from his pauldron. Gadriel and Chiron poured in supporting fire, ducking behind Necron pylons that existed and not existed at once as warp bolts splashed around them. Titus added a grenade to the mix, the blast jolting Aurora's controls just enough to crack open the prison pocket. They saw Calgar through the rent, gauntlets blazing as he tore apart yet another wave of demons. The chapter master looked up, met Titus's gaze across a gulf of unreality, and surged forward. The prison closed around him even as he moved, but the crack in Imura's perfect control had been opened. The sorcerer howled, flinging illusions and assaults at them. But Titus had fought this fight before, on a smaller stage with a different madman. He closed in step by step, shrugging off visions of his own failure, of the Emperor turning his face away, of Guilliman condemning him as an error that needed erasing. The key lay where it always had, in the artifact's dual nature. Imura hung in a beam of Aurora's power, letting it pour into him, babbling about divine knowledge and being remade beyond flesh. The artifact floated below him, its polarity set to amplification, dragging warp essence into its structure and blasting it through the conduits into the sorcerer's frame. Titus reached the control nexus. Hands that had turned Nemeroth's ascension into annihilation closed on unfamiliar Necron rune plates, made familiar by intuition and a sick, deep resonance in his bones. He felt the artifact's attention, if such things could be said to have attention, turn toward him. He felt the warp reach once more. He turned the power. Aurora's settings flipped. The regulators, already inverted on Demirium, now had their echo in the warp. The field went from amplifier to nullifier in a heartbeat. Imura did not ascend. He came apart. The beam that had been pouring strength into him suddenly became a grinding, nullifying storm. Warp energies were torn from his body faster than they could be replenished. His aura shredded. Armor, flesh, and soul unraveled in screaming layers. The Lord of Change above shrieked as its own anchor was yanked out from under it, its form distorting and then snapping back into the screaming void of its patron's domain. The rift began to collapse. Titus, Calgar, Gadriel, and Charon threw themselves toward the closing wound in reality, chasing the shrinking circle of real space beyond. They burst out onto Demirium's broken surface in a blast of displaced air and dust, armored forms slamming into the ground amid the wreckage of Aurora's ruined obelisks. Behind them, the warp slammed shut. Silence fell, broken only by the distant crackle of burning vehicles and the groans of wounded Astartes. Demons died like candle flames, pinched by an uncaring hand. Thousand Suns' forces, cut off from their patron's direct favor, faltered and were butchered where they stood by the Ultramarines still able to fight. In the aftermath, under a sky slowly clearing of warp shimmer, Calgar walked to Titus. The chapter master's armor was cracked, scorched, spattered with the filth of both demon and Xenos. His iron halo pulsed with the afterimage of war. In his gauntleted hands, he held a laurel wrought of metal and memory, a badge of honor older than many chapters. "Titus," he said, voice carrying across the ruined field. "You have once again stood where others would have fallen, in the heart of the warp, with a chaos artifact in your hands, and refused damnation. You have denied a sorcerer his apotheosis, shattered a warlord's plan, and held to duty when lesser souls would have broken." He set the laurels of victory upon Titus's helm. "By my authority as chapter master of the Ultramarines, I affirm that you are of us, now and always. Whatever lies in your past, whatever shadows others have cast upon your name, your deeds speak louder. The second company is honored by your presence. Ultramar is honored by your service." Around them, battle brothers raised their voices in a ragged cheer, weary and hoarse and real. For Titus, the words landed somewhere deep. He remembered chains. He remembered Thrax's voice asking again and again why he would not break. He remembered the cold silence of Deathwatch service, the years as Nullus trying to die in some nameless hole. He remembered Grier's forge fires, Kadaku's jungles, Avarax's hives, Demirium's tombs. In all of them, the warp had pressed against him. In all of them, it had failed to claim him. On Demirium, as on Grier, He had stood with his hands on a device forged of warp hatred and human hubris, and chosen to turn it into an executioner rather than a gateway. Twice now, he had denied chaos the birth of a new monster. Twice, he had walked away. The question that hung unspoken in the air between him and his chapter master was as simple as it was terrifying. Was this just stubbornness, the ultimate expression of the Astartes' creed of fearlessness writ into one man? Or had the Emperor's long war, by design or accident, made of Demetrian Titus something else entirely? A weapon the warp could not easily bite, a shard of will sharpened specifically to stab into the hearts of sorcerers. Titus did not voice the thought. He bowed his head under the laurels, saluted, and turned back to the work of organizing casualty recovery and defensive cordons. Whatever he was, the galaxy would continue to test it. There would be more worlds, more artifacts, more rifts, more sorcerers who thought they could turn him or the tools they coveted to their own ends. Some of them would die screaming. Some would flee back into the dark to plot anew. Each time, he would be there, a blue giant in the middle of hell, holding the line between the Imperium's cruelty and Chaos' insanity, letting neither have him. For now, that was enough. The mission brief did not lie. Projected mortality, absolute. No extraction planned, no reinforcements committed. 4 Ultramarines and a single relic of the astropathic choir, hurled into a world that had already slid screaming from Imperial compliance into the arms of the Changer of Ways. The target was a Tzeentch idol buried in the bones of Zahuj, a former Imperial world now warped into a cult pit where natural law had become a suggestion rather than a rule. The order was simple. Go down, find the statue, kill it. If they died with vengeance on their lips. Blade Guard Sergeant Mataris led the squad. Once he had been a scout sergeant on Torrentus, the man who found a child walking through a battlefield without understanding what fear was. Now he strode in heavy plate, shield like a slab of a fortress wall strapped to one arm, power sword at his hip, his armor's halo patterned with litany script. With him marched Icaron and Levantus, Blade Guard veterans both, each a walking bastion in their own right. The fourth was Primaris Lieutenant Demetrian Titus, once Nullus, once prisoner, once captain, now a sword repurposed and handed back to the Second Company for the era of the Great Rift and the Fourth Tyrannic War. He dragged a coffin. It was not a sarcophagus for the dead, though its design would have pleased any undertaker of Demirium. It was a reinforced stasis casket, rune-etched and heavy, its surface crawling with wards and vox glyphs. Inside slept a single astropath, blind and scarred, slave to a portable generator that hummed with caged Geller field energies. The plan, such as it was, went like this. Get the casket close enough to the idol that the portable field could push back the worst of the warp interference. Let the astropath punch a hole through the psychic storm and give the strike cruiser in orbit a target lock long enough to fire. Then the warship would obliterate the chamber and everything in it, them included. Zahuj greeted them not with sky, but with static. The drop pod burned through a pall of warp-smeared cloud that made hull sensors scream and targeting augurs blind. The descent alarms were a chorus of distress that even an Astartes found impressive. Lightning that was not lightning clawed along the pod's outer skin, flickering fingers of impossible color trying to pry apart ceramite seals. Vox signals fragmented into nonsense. Auspex sweeps returned nonsense geometries and echoes of things that could not exist. Within the pod's cramped interior, the 4 Ultramarines braced. Remember, Mataris said over the internal vox, his voice steady as ever. The relic must die. If we die with it, then we have bought the Imperium one less nightmare to wake to. If we die, Titus answered, we die with vengeance on our lips. Until then, we do not die. The pod slammed into Zauj's surface, hard enough to crater it. Hatches blew, ash and dust roared in. The world outside was a wasteland of half-melted rock and broken shrines. The sky a swirling bruise of warp, light and smoke. Reality felt thin here, the air heavy and too thick, like trying to breathe through wet cloth. In the distance, towers that had once been hab blocks or administratum complexes twisted up into spirals and fractal stacks. Their architecture warped into shapes, pleasing to a mind that did not think along human lines. They did not have time to admire the corruption. Cultists came on wheels and tracks, howling. Armored bikes howled over the broken ground, exhausts belching warp-tinged fumes. Improvised tanks rumbled forward, hulls riveted together from flensed hab plating and shrine doors, main guns stolen from imperial stockpiles and decorated with 8 pointed stars and leering eyes. The cultists themselves were a mess of ragged uniforms and ritual tattoos, some with extra eyes or limbs sprouting where no surgeon had put them. Weapons waved in ecstasy rather than discipline. Metaurus's squad stood their ground. Bolt rifles and heavy pistols barked, their reports a harsh, comforting thunder in the sour air. Rounds punched into tank hulls, burrowing, detonating, turning improvised armor into shrapnel that scythed through the heretics riding on the outside. Bikes slewed and flipped as exploding tires and shredded riders turned the charge into a rolling pile of wreckage. Chainswords came out when the first wave hit, teeth shrieking as they chewed through bodies and plate together, spraying arcs of blood and shredded flesh that painted the rocks. Titus fought with an almost bored efficiency. He had carved his way through orcs on Grier, through Tyranids on Kadaku, through rubric marines and demons in Residius. These cultists were barely meat with delusions stapled on. He shot them in the throat, in the head, in the center of the mass, to maximize the number of broken spines. When one threw himself under his boots, with a screaming bomb clutched to his chest, Titus simply stamped, feeling bones snap and promethium tanks burst under his heel, then stepped aside as the blast blossomed, letting the pressure wave wash over his shields. The ground became a chain of dead heretics marking their path. No quarter, no sermons, no hesitation. Each corpse was a step closer to the idol. They reached the edge of the world. The chasm was a wound in the planet, a yawning black lip that dropped away into depths the Auspex refused to measure properly. Warp light pulsed between the rocks like veins under bruised skin. Muted chanting floated up, layered with the distant screech of something that might once have been human. There were no rails, no safety lines. Zauj did not believe in those anymore. Metaurus stepped over without flinching. The rest followed, grav chutes flaring as they dropped into the dark. The air grew colder and thicker, as if they were plunging into deep water. Purity seals burned on their armor, parchment jars curling and flaking away as they descended, litanies turning to ash under the psychic pressure. The casket's generator whined, fields struggling to maintain shape around them. They hit the floor of the abyss in a spray of dust and fractured stone. Tunnels led away, carved into shapes that never quite settled in the eye. The 4 Ultramarines formed up, Titus still hauling the sarcophagus behind him, the other 3 forming a moving bastion around him. Warp sigils crawled across the walls, glowing faintly, shifting when no one looked directly at them. The smell of corruption thickened, an odor of incense gone sour, of rot and hot copper. Zangors came to meet them. They were beast men in the loosest sense, their bodies a collision of human and avian and goat. Feathers slick with luminescent ichor clung to scaly flesh. Horns twisted into cruel spirals. Beak-muzzle hybrids clacked and snapped as they screeched praises to the changer. They came in a rush, bare feet slapping on stone, wielding curved blades, crude firearms, and staves capped with tiny shrines. The Ultramarines did not even break stride. Bolter fire tore through the first ranks, bodies exploding in sprays of bone fragments and luminous blood that splattered the walls in obscene constellations. Blades that might have gutted mortal soldiers bounced from ceramite. Shields slammed into snarling faces, pulping them. Mataras and his veterans moved with the calm brutality of warriors who had faced far worse and knew it. A screeching Tzangor leapt, wings spread wide, and Mataras simply flicked his shield up, catching it in mid-air and smashing it down into the floor hard enough to break both stone and spine. Obstacles, not opponents, another layer of filth to shovel aside. They left behind a corridor of hacked bodies and spent casings, and moved on. The chamber of the idol lay at the end of an enormous hall that felt less like architecture and more like a throat. The ceiling arched high overhead, disappearing into shadow. The walls were lined with smaller statues, lesser demons of Tzinch frozen in mid-caper, their stone eyes watching with glee. At the far end, looming over a dais carved from fused bone and rock, stood the statue, a lord of change, or something perilously close. It towered, wings unfurled, staff raised, avian head crowned with horns and feathers sculpted to look like frozen fire. The stone seemed to ripple slightly when you tried to focus on it, color shifting in ways stone had no right to. Sigils this size should have been inert, nothing more than an image to arouse cultic fervor. This one pulsed. The air around it crawled. The warp was thick here, a syrupy presence that made every breath feel like inhaling tar. "Here," Mataras said. Titus dragged the sarcophagus forward onto the dais. He thumbed the activation runes on the Geller field generator. The device whined into higher pitch, a bubble of pressure expanding outward. The oppressive weight of the warp ebbed slightly, pushed back a fraction. Flames guttered in the braziers around the chamber, changing color. The smaller demon statues flickered, their outlines blurring. He opened the casket. The astropath inside was pale and thin, skin stretched over bones like parchment. Wards were etched into his flesh, ink and scar tissue both. His eyes were pits of scar tissue, stitched closed long ago. When the stasis field dropped, he drew in a shuddering breath and began to chant, his voice raw, words older than any living tongue, reaching not for gods, but for the sacral maths of the Geller field. A faint shimmer spread out in front of the squad, a translucent barrier of force that made the air ripple. The worst of the warp's teeth were blunted beyond it. For the first time since making planetfall, Vox channels cleared, HUD runes sharpened. "Strike cruiser," Titus voxed, sending targeting data, coordinates, every scrap of information he could push through. "Target is marked. This is Zauj Idol. Stand by to fire on my signal." "Signal received," came the reply from orbit, a voice like cold iron. "Expect no extraction. Die well." Mataras heard it and gave a short, humorless laugh. "Appropriate," he said. "Premature," Titus countered. They opened fire on the idol. Bolter rounds slammed into the statue, chips of stone and splashes of warp light erupting where they struck. The smaller demons carved into the walls seemed to writhe, their poses shifting incrementally with every impact. The Lord of Change's carved eyes flickered between expressions of outrage and amusement. The air filled with a descending shriek, as if the idol itself were protesting the assault. Warp apparitions clawed at the Geller field. Shadows lunged and bounced off the shimmering barrier, leaving trails like snail slime in reality. Ghost talons scraped, showering sparks. A lesser team would have faltered. Mataras' blade guard pressed forward, shields locked, their firing stances solid as pillars. Titus, behind the field with the astropath, kept his shots disciplined, aiming at joints and weak points, treating the statue like a living demon that needed to be crippled. The idol woke. Something moved in the orb at the head of its staff. The sorcerer unfolded like a nightmare. It poured itself out of the stone, as if the idol were disgorging a tumor. Wings of bare bone and stretched membrane unfurled, their edges ragged and featherless. Extra arms slid free of its torso, hands tipped with talons and fingers too long. Its head was an atrocity, a mask of stretched skin with a single great central eye that opened vertically to reveal not a pupil, but a lipless mouth full of needle teeth. Glowing blue blood pulsed under its skin, casting light through thin flesh. It did not roar. It smiled with that central mouth. Then it moved. Without crossing the ground between them, it appeared behind the astropath, knife in one. Delicate hand. Time seemed to lurch. One heartbeat, the psyker was standing, lips moving in prayer. The next, the blade was hilt deep in his back, angled perfectly to pierce his heart. The sound it made was a soft, wet thump. The shimmer of the portable Geller field flickered, then collapsed, the barrier collapsing like glass under a hammer. The 4 Ultramarines turned as one, bolters rising. They never finished the motion. The sorcerer whispered a word that was not a word. Time stopped. The roaring echoes in the chamber cut off mid-peal. Flames froze in mid-flicker, tongues of fire captured hanging in the air. Smoke stopped rising, shell casings hung between floor and rifle. The 4 Astartes stood like statues, mid-stride, mid-breath, eyes still able to move in their helms, but every muscle locked. The sorcerer glided between them. It went to Icaron first. One clawed hand pressed lightly against the blade guard's helm. Inside his mind, it found the fear all Astartes were, supposed to have been trained out of, but never truly lost. The terror of the frail human that still lived somewhere under all the layered genecraft and indoctrination. It showed him an image. His own power armor cracked open like a shell. His body inside revealed not as a demigod of war, but as a thin, emaciated shadow, pale and pathetic, eyes wide with horror as the empty plate loomed over him. The armor, animated by the sorcerer's will, closed a gauntlet around the frail man's skull and squeezed. Outside, his actual helm imploded. Ceramite crumpled inward under invisible pressure. Blood and brain tissue sprayed out through the cracks, a thin mist that spattered his brother's frozen plate. When the sorcerer withdrew, Icaron toppled, body unfreezing just enough to fall in a slack heap, head a crushed ruin inside the helm. Levantus died next. His deepest fear was different, some private shame and dread. The sorcerer plucked from his psyche like a musician finding a familiar string. Perhaps it was failure in battle. Perhaps it was the idea of becoming like the traitors he had fought. Whatever it was, the sorcerer twisted it, made it manifest in a way that broke him from the inside out. Vertebrae snapped, organs ruptured. He collapsed, blood leaking from his eye lenses in slow, thick streams. Mataurus and Titus could only watch, minds screaming inside bodies that would not move. The sorcerer drifted past a bolt round, suspended in the air, turning it idly with one claw. Then it came to Mataurus. It slipped into his mind with psychopathic curiosity. Memories surfaced under its touch. Torrentus. Wheat fields turned to killing grounds. A boy with a combat knife too large for his hand, walking through corpses without crying. The training cages and hypno-indoctrination chambers of Macraga, the arenas where aspirants beat each other bloody for the right to be broken further. Mataurus saw himself recommending the boy to the chapter, saw that child become a scout, a sergeant, a captain, a prisoner, a nameless killer, a primaris lieutenant. Then the sorcerer showed him one more step. In the vision, Titus's armor blackened. Sigils burned themselves into the ceramite, twisting the Omega into an 8-pointed star. Horns sprouted from his helm. Chain teeth became jagged, rune-edged. His eyes glowed the same sickly blue as the sorcerer's blood. Chaos Marine Titus smiled, a slow, cruel expression Mataurus had never seen on his face. "This is what you fear," the sorcerer purred, its voice echoing inside Mataurus's skull. "You took a boy with no fear and handed him to the Emperor's butchers. You wonder, in the secret place you never admit exists, if you unleashed a monster. Let me show you." In the vision, corrupted Titus raised his blade. Matorus stood his ground. He could not deny the fear. It had been there, gnawing quietly at the edges of his thoughts for decades. What would a soul like that be capable of if it ever turned from the Emperor? He had asked himself that question more than once. Here was that nightmare made flesh. He refused to bow to it. In the mental space, when Chaos Titus lunged, Matorus met the blow with his shield, not to save himself, but to buy time. He held the image at bay as long as he could. His mind, conditioned over centuries, bound to faith and duty, did not break. It bent. The sorcerer could not crush him outright. It settled for lesser harm. In the vision, Chaos Titus got the blade past his guard, stabbing him in the flank. Matorus felt the impact like molten ice. In reality, the same knife Titus had dragged as a boy and carried still, now at his belt as a Primaris lieutenant, ripped free from its sheath under invisible command and drove into the sergeant's side, slipping between plates, punching through rib and organ. Alarms flared in his suit. Internals failed in a cascade. Laraman cells flooded his bloodstream and found nowhere to seal. The Belisarian furnace that should have kicked his already punishing physiology into overdrive sputtered and went dark. His Sus and membrane primed, threatening to drag him into death-like stasis to keep him alive for later repair. He was not killed. He was taken out of the fight in one precise, horrifying stroke. Frozen body finally released. Matorus fell, blood pouring under his plate, vision shrinking. The sorcerer turned to Titus. It put its hand to his helm, and he felt it slip into his thoughts like a knife sliding between armor and flesh. He braced, expecting to feel it rummaging through the same old catalogue of horrors. Grier's demons, Thrax's chains, Kadaku's jungles, the deaths of Sidonus and Trajan, all laid out for it to twist. It found none of that. The mental landscape it stepped into was not a catalogue of trauma. It was a single scene. A boy walked across a frozen plain, trial of exposure. Every ultramarine aspirant knew it, had been left naked under the cold sky of some hostile world, or in the killing ice of Macrage's polar regions, told to walk until they could not, then walk further. It was meant to break fear into pieces and remake it into obedience. In Titus's mind, the child was trudging through knee-deep snow, vicious wind flaying his skin, lips cracked and bleeding. In his hand, dragging behind him, was a chainsword, far heavier than any child should have been able to move. The sorcerer blinked. There should have been fear here, fear of failure, fear of death, fear of disappointing the men who had taken him from Torrentus, fear of the dark, something, anything. Instead, there was only a dull, relentless determination. One step, then another, then another. The child did not think about what would happen if he stopped. He did not contemplate his own mortality. He simply continued. The sorcerer's own projection manifested, watching. The boy stopped. He lifted his head. His eyes, raw and red from wind and cold, met the twisted alien thing in his mind without flinching. He saw it. He did not scream. He did not recoil. He released the chainsword. It did not fall. It grew. As he stepped forward, he grew with it, body stretching from malnourished child to gangly neophyte to armored firstborn to Primaris giant, armor locking into place around him in plates of blue. By the time he reached the sorcerer, he was the Titus who stood in the idol chamber, eyes steady. He reached out and took the staff in his gauntleted hands. The sorcerer tried to pull it back. It did not move. "Out," Titus said. He squeezed. In the mental realm, the staff snapped like rotten bone. In reality, the sorcerer screamed. The ornate staff it clutched, focus of its power and conduit for its time-twisting spell, shattered. Fractures raced along its length, the orb at its head splintering into shards that evaporated as they fell. The sorcerer's wings convulsed, their bones cracking. Time lurched. The rounds the Ultramarines had fired before freezing completed their paths. bolt shells slammed into the idol in a staccato hammering, chewing great chunks from its chest and wings. Cracks spider-webbed across the sculpture. Smaller statues along the walls exploded, fragments flying out like shrapnel. The whole chamber shuddered as the Lord of Change's stone knees buckled. The sorcerer, its concentration shattered, tried to flee. It shot upward on ragged wings, leaving a trail of glowing blood spheres hanging in the air behind it like a string of stars. Warp energy flickered, trying to wrap it in a cocoon and pull it back into the safety of the idol's deeper wards. Titus did not give it the chance. He leapt. His armor, heavier and stronger than his firstborn plate had ever been, carried him higher than any mortal could have believed. He rose through dust and falling stone, through flickering cinders of warp light, closing with the creature in a heartbeat. His bolter hung at his side, empty. His chainsword lay somewhere on the floor, cog teeth shattered. In his fist was a knife, the same combat blade Matorus had seen in the hands of a child on Torrentus, the same knife the sorcerer had used to murder the astropath, to stab Matorus. A simple Astartes combat knife, nothing special to anyone else. To Titus, it was a line through his entire existence. He dragged it up in an overhand slash and brought it down through the center of the sorcerer's warped body. The blade met almost no resistance. Mutated flesh parted. Bone and warp hardened cartilage sliced cleanly. The sorcerer split from crown to groin, two halves peeling apart in a spray of glowing blood and strings of offal that sizzled as they hit the air, dissolving into smoke and shrieking embers. Its wings shredded, membranes tearing as the two pieces tumbled, flailing to smash into the floor far below. Titus hit the ground in a three-point landing amid the rain of sorcerer and statue debris. The idol, mortally wounded, toppled. Cracks raced through its legs. The Lord of Change's stone body sheared away from its plinth and fell apart, vast chunks smashing into the floor, pulverizing lesser statues into rubble. Warp light gouted from its wounds, a last furious exhalation, then guttered as the structure failed. The oppressive pressure in the air eased, the warp's grip on the chamber loosening. Vox cleared fully. "Strike cruiser," Titus voxed, feeding fresh coordinates as he stalked across the room toward where Matorus lay sprawled, armor runes a sea of red. "Idol destroyed. Target this chamber and everything above it. Fire when ready." "Acknowledged," came the same cold voice. "No window for extraction. Die well." Matorus, propped against his shield, chuckled wetly. "Appropriate," he repeated, his voice thin. "We did what was asked. No more running, boy. Sit, let the fire take us." Titus looked at him, the man who had dragged him from Torrentus's corpse fields, who had recommended him for Ascension, who had mentored him through scout drills and battlefield terror, slumped and bleeding, resigned. Matorus had long feared what Titus might become. He had just seen that fear played out in Technicolor and rejected its conclusion. In his mind, the question he had asked himself for centuries had been answered. What would a soul like that be capable of? This. "Not today," Titus said. He sheathed the knife, grabbed Matorus under one arm, and hauled him upright. Pain flared in his own nerves where the sorcerer's proximity had burned along his synapses, where the backlash from the staff's destruction had made his augmented heart stutter. He ignored it. Rocks began to fall from the ceiling as the idol's destruction destabilized the chamber. Somewhere above, the first salvo from the strike cruiser's orbital barrage tore into the planet's crust, shock waves racing downward. "Lieutenant," Gadriel would say later, quietly, when reports were being filed. "You were ordered to die well." "I was ordered to kill the idol," Titus would reply. "I did that. The rest was an assumption." He half-carried, half-dragged Matorus down a side tunnel, away from the main hall. Gadriel, stunned but alive, covered their retreat, firing into whatever cultists or straggling Tsangors had survived the chamber's collapse and dared follow. Levantus and Icaron lay where they had fallen, honored but unrecoverable. The air filled with dust and the shriek of tortured rock as orbital fire chewed the surface, collapsing the temple complex in on itself. Behind them, the idol chamber ceased to exist in a ball of incandescent annihilation. Ahead of them, only dark and the promise of more fighting. In the grand ledger of the era, Indomitus, Zah-Uj was a small mark. One more blighted world, scoured of its current infestation. One more note in a long list of suicide missions that had, somehow, failed to kill the men sent on them. But as a test, as an experiment in the quiet, hateful laboratories of the warp, it was near perfect. A sorcerer of Tzeentch, armed with time-stopping incantations and the ability to turn a warrior's deepest fear into a weapon, had taken her time. She had frozen the world. She had killed 2 Ultramarines by crushing their minds where they were most vulnerable. She had reached into Mataurus and pulled out his worst nightmare, the vision of Titus as traitor, and turned it into a blow that should have ended his life. Then she had stepped into Titus's mind and found nothing she could use. No fear of death, no fear of failure in the banal, personal sense. No fear of chaos, because he did not believe it could ever own him. There was pain, there was anger, there was regret, but there was no crack, no tiny wedge of self-doubt that could be prized open and exploited. She had tried to make him flinch. He had walked toward her. If Demetrian, Titus was some kind of weapon shaped by the Emperor's long war. Zah-Uj was the closest thing we have to a controlled demonstration. A Tzeentchian sorcerer with all the architect of fate's favorite tools: fear, illusion, the ability to make imagined horrors real, pressed herself against his soul and slid off. The warp's most subtle lever failed to move him. He did not just kill a cult or an idol or a mutant psyker. He denied a god its favorite toy. Where most of the Imperium's cruelty came from chains and decrees and uncaring bureaucrats, the cruelty of the ruinous powers came from thinking they understood what mortals were. On Zah-Uj, the changer of ways reached for the old, reliable fulcrum of fear and found it missing. The boy from Torrentus, trudging through a killing field without understanding why he should be afraid, had grown into a Primaris giant who did not merely know no fear in the indoctrinated sense. He simply did not have room for it. There were only the Emperor, the mission, and the next step forward through hell. Trig was already bleeding when Acheron died. Hive spires stabbed at a sky clogged with industrial fumes and the psychic stench of entrenched heresy. The Genestealer cult had been growing there for decades, its tendrils wrapped through manufactoria guilds, hab gangs, even the ranks of the Planetary Defense Force. When the signal went out, when the distant flecks in the void resolved into the knotted shapes of approaching hive ships, the cult rose. Whole regiments turned inside out. Men shot their officers and opened the gates. Munitorum depots were seized from within. Shrines were torn down and remade into breeding pits and claw-blessed altars. By the time the second company arrived, the hive world was a tumor about to burst and shower the approaching tendrils of Leviathan with living biomass. Captain Sevastus Acheron led from the front, as he always had. He took the fight into the transit stacks and sump levels, where cult brood brothers moved like rats and pure strains clung to ceilings like glistening bladed spiders. He marched through hab blocks, where the walls sweated with alien spores, bolter roaring, blade singing. He held a mag rail hub against waves of hybrids, long enough for a titan to stride in and stomp the infested district flat. Every meter of ground he gave cost the enemy their own weight in mauled bodies. In the end, he died buying time. The cult had bored a tunnel under a void shield generator, its demolition charges already in place. If they brought that shield down, the sky would open to the hive ship's reign. Acheron took a handful of brothers and dropped into those tunnels, armor scraping earth, auspex full of red. He fought in darkness where claws flashed like knives of wet bone. He reached the detonators and smashed them, pulping alien devices under his boots. The last thing he saw was a patriarch erupting from the stone like a god of claws and teeth. Its scream, a psychic spear through the minds of the men around him. He met it with blade and defiance and died while the generator hummed overhead, still intact. Trig lived, barely. The swarm's first bite found metal and void shield instead of soft flesh. Commanders far from that hive city saw the world marked as stabilized at extreme cost. Acheran's name rolled up the chain with the codified language of sacrifice. A vacancy opened in the line where the second company's captain should stand. Demetrian Titus did not step into it lightly. He met Marneus Calgar in a strategium whose walls were hololithic windows on the shredded face of a dozen campaigns. The great rift glowered as a blood-red tear across one projection, a constant wound. Other panes showed the creeping icons of hive fleets, the eight-spoked scars of chaos incursions, the ragged sigils of Zeno's empires pressing in from the dark. "You have saved more worlds than many chapter masters," Calgar said, blue eyes weighing him. "You have stood where the warp pressed hardest and not faltered. You have killed what should not be killable. You have been denied by the Imperium, and you returned regardless. Now, Ultramar needs you to be more than a sword." He set a captain's badge before Titus. The Omega of Macragge, silver-edged, the second company's sigils etched around it. Beside it, another icon, the stylized eye and watchtower that marked the office of Master of the Watch. "The second company is yours again," Calgar said, "and with it, the Watch. You will be warden of the 500 worlds' gates. When the Primarch is abroad, when I must lead the Indomitus fleets, you will hold our interior. You will see the threats before they bear fangs." Titus looked at the badges for a long moment. He thought of Trajan, dying under Eldar blades on Beta Arcturus, of his own chains on Grier, of Thrax's cell in the long dark, of the nameless Deathwatch missions, of Residius and Demarium, of Zahuj's collapsing idol chamber. Every time, someone had needed him to do something impossible and had not cared whether he returned. "I accept," he said. "I will hold Ultramar." Later, Robuta Gilliman spoke to him in a voice that had once commanded legions and now tried to herd an empire senile with its own bureaucracy. Ultramar was never meant to be a handful of systems clinging to life, the Primarch said, standing before a void that showed a different map. Not the familiar 13 worlds around Macragge, but a sprawl of territory reaching like a blue hand across the segmentum. "Before the treachery of my kin and the long slide into decay, we held 500 worlds. Ordered, productive, defensible. That is the shape we will force reality back into." He gestured, and the hololith responded, 500 points of light flaring across the darkness. "These are not empty numbers on a chart," Gilliman continued. "They are billions of souls each, factories, agribelts, black ships, shrines, whole ecologies. Orcs squat on some. Chaos holds others in its filthy grip. Xenos empires think they have erased our claims. They are wrong. We will reclaim them." He turned to Titus, the blue giant who had once been the boy from Torrentus. "You will be my warden," he said. "When I must be at the spear tip, when I drag crusade fleets across the rift, you will guard my back. The interior of Ultramar is yours to command. You will stamp out uprisings before they blossom. You will cut off infiltrations. You will make sure that when the outer ring is hit, there is still an inner ring to fall back on." Titus bowed his head. The weight of 500 worlds settled around his shoulders like a mantle of iron. In the fortress of Hera's deepest strategium, they built him a war map. It was not a simple star chart. It was a living thing of light and cogitator logic, a web where each point of light represented a world and its surrounding void. Lines connected them in trade routes and patrol patterns. Overlay 1 showed reported Xenos activity, another Chaos Cult incidents, a third Tyrannid splinter movements. Flickering glyphs marked Mechanicus holdings, Navy bases, Astra Militarum mustering yards. Around that map, they gathered the Wardens of Ultramar. The title was old, but the composition of the council was Guilliman's new vision made flesh. A mixed cadre, not just Astartes barking orders downward. Veteran Ultramarines sat there, company champions and sergeants who had seen a score of crusades. Navy admirals whose fleets patrolled the shipping lanes, used to thinking in terms of tonnage and warp routes. Astra Militarum generals with too many dead worlds in their eyes. Astropaths and navigators, their presence a constant reminder of the warp's fickle mercy. Mechanicus Magi with cogitator stacks in place of spines, their priorities alien, but their machine expertise indispensable. Titus stood at the center and bound them into a weapon. He listened when a human general spoke of supply lines and morale. He listened when an admiral outlined how many hulls could be spared for a given front without leaving another naked. He listened when a tech priest indicated the irreplaceable value of a given forge node. Then he weighed all that against Astartes' instinct and experience, and made decisions that got people killed. He had learned how in too many places to count. Grier had taught him how to improvise under a sky tearing open, how to use a handful of squads to hold a planet full of manufactoria long enough for help to arrive. Deathwatch service had taught him how Xenos thought, how they made war when no one was watching, how to break them in places that mattered more than casualty counts. Residius had taught him how to fight in the middle of a three-way slaughter, to use one enemy against another, to turn Mechanicus hubris into both asset and liability. Zaji had taught him that sometimes the correct answer to a tainted world was to burn it all and drag out whatever you could carry while the fire fell. Those lessons shaped the Warden of Ultramar. When the call came from the Vespator subsector, he knew it would not be a skirmish. Vespator had been once a quiet frontier of the ultramarine realm, a scattering of colonies and resource worlds in the shadow of a minor nebula. Long-range augurs now reported something very different. Tomb complexes waking under the crust, entire continents buckling as structures older than the Imperium clawed upward. Green energy flares lanced into the sky, punching holes in orbiting stations. Ships translated in and never came out. Those that did babbled of metal skeletons and immortal kings, of Gauss flares reducing platoons to drifting ash in heartbeats. Necrons were bad enough. Necrons under the sway of a destroyer curse were worse. Necron logic should have been cold, precise, the ruthless calculus of machine. Minds obsessed with order. The destroyer cult turned that discipline inward, made of those same minds frothing fanatics whose only thought was annihilation. Now reports spoke of whole legions in that state, guided by a singular will, Necrosor Amentar. The name came down the astropathic channels like a cough of static, culled from fragmentary translations of Necron data bursts and the rambling madness of human psychers who had brushed against the entity's thoughts. If the Mechanicus savants were to be believed, Amentar was the origin point of the destroyer affliction among his kind, the patient zero of a machine disease that made demigods into butchers. He moved with a mobile tomb realm around him, a cluster of worlds half devoured and half turned into staging grounds. Wherever that dark system drifted, Necron forces flared into hideous life. Destroyer cults, heavy phalanxes, bladed constructs and aircraft that glowed with balefire. Machine minds that should have been steady, flickered and howled, their programming eaten away by Amentar's influence. Even other Necron lords broke under his presence, falling into the same creed of pure destruction. Rumors spoke of more. Amentar sought something in the Vespator region, shards of an ancient star god whose hunger had once carved swathes of life out of the galaxy, the Nightbringer, chopped to pieces in some forgotten war and scattered. Necron dynasties had guarded or hidden those shards for millennia. Now, under the Destroyer's whisper, they either surrendered them or died trying to resist. Titus read the sealed Mechanicus and Ordo Xenos briefings on that with a tightening jaw. He had seen what happened when the Imperium thought it could control a shard of something like that. Aurora had come close to making the same mistake as Nemeroth, dressed in cog rune finery instead of chaos metal filigree. This was worse. If Amantar bound enough of the Nightbringer's essence into his destroyer creed, the very idea of destruction could become a god again. The war that gathered on the Vespata front was big enough that the Administratum and the studio scribes alike stopped talking in terms of battles and started talking in terms of campaigns. Regiments from a dozen worlds answered the call. Whole task forces of the Imperial Navy were reassigned, battlefleet detachments peeled away from other fronts and sent to die in a stranger war. Skitarii cohorts and maniples of towering battle automata marched alongside ultramarine strike forces and allied chapters who owed Guilliman favors. Even the Mechanicus, chastened by Aurora's near disaster, committed legions of their own to containment. This was not a clean, single-planet purging. It was a theater-sized grinding match, a war whose phases were mapped out in star maps and campaign books. At the center of it, Titus placed himself and his company. The second company became the knife he used to cut into the worst knots. Their banners went up on every world, the Vespata map lit in red. They fought in void sieges where Necron ships blinked into real space like silent knives, gliding through gunfire until boarding hooks sank home. They fought in trench lines where human regiments huddled behind earthworks and ferrocrete, while Gauss fire turned men to drifting dust on the parapets. They fought in the black halls of awakened tombs, where every step woke another phalanx of metal warriors. The wardens of Ultramar sat in the strategium with him, feeding him information. General Tarsa of the 4th Cadian, jaw set, outlined how many regiments he could afford to throw into a given assault before cohesion collapsed. Admiral Lycos of the Macraga Void Guard indicated which worlds could be lost without cutting resupply routes. Magos Kelion stated which Necron structures were too dangerous to let stand and which might be turned against their makers with the right rights. Titus listened. He nodded. Then he drafted orders that sent men into those meat grinders. On one world, he ordered a wall of guard armor to advance across a glass plain under full Necron fire, knowing that only a handful of tanks would reach the far trench line, but that their wrecks would form cover for the Astartes assault that followed. On another, he instructed a Navy squadron to hold position in the path of a tomb ship's projected translation and throw themselves into collision rather than attempt evasive maneuvers, the resulting wreckage blocking a migration route. He did not do it coldly, in the sense of not feeling anything. He remembered conscripts on Torrentus, Cadians on Grier, the 8th Cadian on Kadaku. He remembered the way a man's eyes looked when he realized he had been fed into a battle he would not outlive. He simply refused to allow that to stay his hand. The Imperium did not survive on noble last stands alone. It survived because someone was always willing to shovel more bodies into the furnace. "We will reclaim Ultramar," Guilliman had said. "Not in the abstract. One world at a time. One slaughter at a time." As Warden, Titus lived that mandate. When a world rose in revolt, cult banners unfurling, he unleashed orbital shock and awe rather than subtlety, knowing from Zauj that letting a cult's rituals mature was always worse. When the Mechanicus came with new devices, promising neat solutions, he bled them white in risky deployments before trusting any of their creations near Ultramar's heart. When another chapter complained about his ruthlessness, he reminded them politely that if they broke, he would be the one forced to clean up the mess. His command style was aggressive and flexible, born of 1,000 fights, where doctrine had failed him and instinct had saved him. He used kill teams like a Deathwatch watch captain, hurling small groups into pressure points to crack open bigger fronts. He used whole regiments like a Chaos Lord, feeding them against a fortified position, until it cracked under sheer volume of blood. He kept a watchful eye on any ally whose innovations smelled like Aurora's sins, and was not afraid to point Astartes' bolters at wayward magi if the Primarch's vision demanded it. The humans under him were shield and sword both. On a paper chart, they were numbers, regiments, battalions, divisions. On the ground, they were oceans of men and metal. Mortar teams set up in crater fields that glowed faintly from past gas hits. Infantry companies advanced through corridors of shattered tomb constructs, laser guns spitting at metal shapes that rose again and again. Navy ratings died sealing bulkheads on ships that had taken one too many gas hull breaches, holding atmosphere in for long enough that boarding squads could complete their tasks. Sometimes, after a particularly wasteful push had bought him a world, Titus walked among the surviving mortals. He did not speak to them like a saint. He did not deliver speeches about how their sacrifice would be remembered for 10,000 years. He told them, simply, that they had done their duty, that their deaths had meaning, because the enemy they fought would have killed them regardless, and then eaten their bones. It was not comfort. It was the only truth he had. In the strategium, the war map loomed. 500 points of light, each a world that was or would be Ultramar. Some glowed steady, secure, some flickered, contested. Some were dark, names marked over with sigils for Orc empires, Tyrannid infestations, Necron tombs, Chaos strongholds. The Vespertor front was a long smear of malignant green, Necron activity patterns pulsing like a heartbeat. Titus stood at the center, helm held under one arm, laurels of victory resting on his brow. To keep that map even partially blue, he would have to do things that would make Inquisitors nod in approval and Chaos Lords grin in recognition. He would have to order exterminatus on worlds too far gone. He would have to throw away armies as delaying actions. He would have to let some planets die so that others could live. He knew that every death he signed off on would taste the same to the warp, whether done in the name of the Emperor or some gibbering god. The difference lay not in the method, but in the meaning. Chaos killed because it delighted in suffering, because every soul cracked was another note in the mad choir of the warp. Titus fed worlds into the furnace, so the realm of man would have another day to crawl forward. One more forge world that could spit shells. One more agri world that could feed a regiment. One more shrine that could give a dying guardsman something to curse as he fell. He could not be gentle. He could not be merciful in the way mortals understood mercy. He could only be precise. On the brink of a war with a Necron destroyer god and its cursed hordes, with 500 worlds either burning or about to be lit, the warden of Ultramar accepted that burden. He had never known how to be anything but a weapon. Now he was a weapon that decided where the cuts went. The galaxy would call him many things: butcher, hero, anomaly, heresy waiting to happen. The warp would keep pressing, keep whispering, keep offering other ways the blood could flow. Titus stared at the map until the lights of the 500 worlds burned his eyes and thought only of one question. How many would have to die so that something worth saving still existed when the Emperor finally stopped breathing? Whatever the answer, he would be the one to carry it out. In the end, the question is not how many things Titus has killed. It is how many times the galaxy has tried to unmake him and failed. You can trace the line back to a boy on Torrentus, walking alone through a battlefield with an Astartes combat knife in his hand and no comprehension of fear. Matoras found him there and understood, in that moment, that this was not a normal child of Ultramar. The trial of exposure, the cages, the indoctrination, all of that carved away pieces of him, but the core remained the same, a will that simply refused to bend. Every major note of his life leans on that same defiant frequency. On Grier, he walked through raw warp output from the psychic scourge and the opening of a rift, shrugged off the attentions of a demonic patron, and hurled Nemeroth to his unmaking rather than take the easy path of apotheosis. On the dissecting tables of Thrax, he endured a full century of psychic flaying and mind trawls, and never once gave the Inquisitor the crack he wanted. In the Black of Deathwatch service, Nullus went looking for a suitable grave on a score of Xeno's hellholes, and kept coming back. On Kadaku and across the Residius system, he waded through Tyrannid swarms and Thousand Suns warbands, took a Chaos artifact in hand inside the warp itself, and used it to detonate a demon's ascension instead of his own soul. On Jah-Uj, he walked into a time-frozen suicide mission, and when a Tzeentchian sorcerer went digging for the fear that fuels all of the Architect's games, she found nothing useful and died for the mistake. Finally, as Warden of Ultramar, he stands with the lives of 500 worlds in his hands, and the warp still cannot make him kneel. Canon does not explain why. We know that Demetrian Titus displays what the Warhammer community articles and codex-style write-ups call a potent resistance to the psychic powers unleashed by the servants of chaos, and that the origin of this resistance is explicitly marked as unknown. Apothecaries have cut him open, librarians have read his soul, inquisitors have peeled him back layer by screaming layer, and there is no mutation, no recorded psychic talent, no obvious pariah gene to tag on a slate. The books are very clear. Whatever lets him walk through warp fire, it is not a simple label like blank or latent psyker. Around that deliberate silence, the fandom and the in-universe scholars alike have built their little altars of theory. Some suggest a genetic quirk, a psionically dense soul that happens to sit at the far end of a bell curve of warp resistance. Others mutter about the Emperor's hand, that perhaps his long war includes the occasional soul shaped more tightly to resist the Immaterium's claws. A third school of thought likes the term emergent phenotype, the idea that in a cosmos where the warp constantly culls the weak, some fraction of humanity will adapt into something that feels to demons like sand in their teeth instead of meat on the hook. None of that has a hard citation. None of it is more than speculation draped over a deliberately unresolved file. Current law stops at "he resists, we do not know why." Everything beyond that is at best educated heresy. So is he a weapon, or is he a symptom? One reading makes Titus into a deliberate tool, the closest thing the Imperium has to a purpose-built chaos killer outside the Grey Knights. Seen from that angle, every step looks like design. A boy with no fear is plucked from Torrentus. An early encounter with a chaos sorcerer kills his squad and leaves him exposed to the warp. And instead of dying or breaking, he snaps into a new equilibrium. He is handed command early, stress tested on Beta Arcturus and Grier, then thrown into Thrax's cell to see if even the Inquisition can break him. Deathwatch service runs him through a dozen Xenos vectors. Residius and Jah-Uj become, effectively, field trials for an anti-warp weapon, checking whether a sorcerer laced with Necron and Mechanicus tricks or a Tzeentch idol with a mutant witch inside can find a way in. They cannot. When Guilliman hands him the Warden's mandate, he is effectively slotting an already proven instrument into the only role where that kind of resistance might matter at strategically meaningful scale. The other reading strips out intent and looks at him as an emergent answer to a problem no one had time to solve in a lab. In that version, Titus is what happens when you run the arms race between humanity and chaos for 10,000 years in a universe that only rewards extremes. Astartes are already an answer to a galaxy full of predators, gene-forged, indoctrinated, built to outfight most threats. The warp escalates, traitor legions, sorcerer cults, rifts that eat sectors. Somewhere, in that grinding pressure, a small number of souls develop in a way that makes them less tasty, less malleable. Not full blanks. That would break the gene seed and the Emperor's carefully tuned psychic architecture, but a kind of spiritual scar tissue, dense and hard to penetrate. No one designed it. It just happens. Titus is one such glitch in the statistical churn. The Emperor does not need to have reached through time to tap him on the forehead. The universe made him because anything softer would already be dead. Whatever explanation you prefer, the pattern of his life is brutal in its symmetry. Chaos offers him the same bargain again and again. Bend, and you can stop hurting. Nemeroth dangled apotheosis. Imura tried to fold him into a world-shattering ritual. The idle sorcerer on Zah-Uj froze time itself and put the full weight of the architect of fate's favorite weapon, personalized fear, onto his soul. None of them got purchase. The warp's cruelty is operatic, full of grand gestures and personalized torments. Titus answers with something far uglier, a flat refusal to treat his own suffering as negotiable currency. The Imperium's cruelty is quieter and in many ways worse. Thrax's interrogations outlast almost every demon he has fought. Sanctified torture is still torture. Mind trawls that leave lesser men drooling wrecks are still assaults, even if the man at the far end of the psychic chain wears a rosette. Being stripped of rank and identity, turned into nullus, and used as disposable blade by the Death Watch is still dehumanizing, even for someone who no longer thinks of himself as human in any real sense. When the wardens of Ultramar recommend turning an inhabited world into an example, pour encourager les autres, the paperwork will call it a regrettable necessity. The dead will not know the difference. And then there is Titus's own cruelty. He does not pretend to be kind. He has walked away from too many burning worlds, ordered too many desperate last stands, to lie to himself about that. Kadaku's jungles, Residius hives, Demarium's tombs, Zia-Uj's idol pit, Trigg's habstacks, the Vespator front. In all of them, he has put men and women in places he knew they would not survive because the galaxy left him no softer options. He is not gentle with enemies, and he does not have the luxury of gentleness with allies. The defining trait that separates his brutality from the other two is that he never lets it own him. Chaos revels in pain for its own sake. The Imperium often reaches that same state by accident and bureaucracy. Titus's answer, again and again, is that suffering is a cost, not a goal. He will pay it when he must, he will cause it when he must, and he will never pretend it is holy or fun. The cost of not breaking is that you never get to stop. Titus's life is not a hero's arc that loops neatly back to peace. Every time he survives something that should have killed or damned him, the Imperium rewards him with another level of responsibility over increasingly vast charnel houses. Survive Grier, and you get suspicion and chains. Survive Thrax, and you get Death Watch suicide missions. Survive Death Watch, and you get demotion and anonymity. Survive Residius and Zah-Uj, and you get your captaincy back and the keys to Ultramar's gates. Survive that, and you are told to go and reclaim 500 worlds, many of which will only be reclaimed in the sense that their corpses now lie under an imperial flag. The Emperor's ultimate weapon, if that is what he is also one of his ultimate victims. There is never a point where someone says, "Enough, you can rest now." Rest is for the weak. The strong get another war. Doctrine and propaganda will not remember him that way. Centuries from now, when the 41st millennium's scribes have worn his saga down into something bite-sized, Titus will live on as a set of neat, marketable beats. The fearless child, the impeccable captain, the misunderstood hero vindicated, the warden whose name sits on banners and campaign supplements, the messy parts, the suspicion, the century on an inquisitorial hook, the resentment and doubt, the argument with Acheron over Aurora, the fact that his own chapter could not cut through the Inquisition's walls to retrieve him, those will blur. Official histories prefer their heroes uncomplicated. The Imperium is very good at taking a man and bludgeoning his life into a myth it finds palatable. When you set him against other Imperial icons, the contrast sharpens. Sainted commissars like Cain or Yarick get statues because they embody something the common man can aim at. Courage wrapped in relatable fear, or defiance sharpened into legend. Primarchs sit on a different level entirely, walking myths whose sins and virtues are both too big to copy. Chapter masters like Calgar, Dante, or Azrael fit into neat slots. Warrior, statesman, guardian of tradition. Titus does not slot cleanly anywhere. He is not beloved by the Imperium in the way saints are. He is not a foundational demigod. What sets him apart is how often the machinery of the Imperium itself tries to grind him into paste, for reasons that would have seen other heroes quietly disappear, and how consistently that machinery fails. The same system that would gladly sanctify his image on a poster is, in text, one of his recurring antagonists. If there is an emperor's bargain written into his marrow, it is not some hidden ritual or secret project. It looks more like this: endure anything, commit whatever atrocity necessity demands, but never, ever kneel to the warp. That is the bare minimum the master of mankind expects of his tools. Titus happens to perform that bargain at a higher, harder pitch than most. He will walk through a warp storm, gut a demon prince in mid-ascension, watch 100 regiments die under his orders, and still reject the offer to make any of that pain mean anything other than survival. If that makes him a weapon, it is not because someone carved special sigils into his bones in a terror vault. It is because he embodies, more purely than most, the sick little credo the Imperium has clung to since the heresy. Better a dead world than a corrupted one. Better a monster on your side than a demon at your throat. There are, deliberately, still hooks left hanging. We do not know whether future campaign books or editions will ever come back with a neat label for his resistance, calling it a pariah variant, a psychic, dampening gene quirk, some shard of emperor-touched soul, or something stranger. That is potential, not present canon. We do not know exactly how far the 500 worlds narrative will push him, how deep into the Vespator front he will have to go, or what shape his war with Necrosor Amintar will take, beyond the broad strokes that this is a theater-level clash, big enough to earn its own campaign system. We do not know if Chaos will ever find a creative way around his refusal, some angle he has not yet been forced to shield. All of that is future material, hanging on design meetings and writer schedules, not truths you can cite now. What we do know is the pattern: a child without fear, a captain who walks through warp storms and stays himself, a prisoner who refuses to give an inquisitor the satisfaction of a confession, a black shield who keeps getting up no matter how comprehensively the mission profile describes his death, a Primaris lieutenant who grabs a chaos artifact in the warp and twice now uses it to kill the thing reaching for apotheosis instead of himself, a warden who looks at 500 flickering worlds on a strategium map and says without flinching that he will hold them as long as there is anything left to hold. Picture him there, at the end, a fortress wall on some reclaimed world, its parapets hung with the blue and white of Ultramar, gun emplacements tracking the sky. Below, oceans of mortal soldiery and armor wait in parade formation that will be mud and blood soon enough. Above, the heavens are streaked with the contrails of defense craft and the bright scars of orbital weapons firing test shots into empty space. Somewhere past those guns, past the outer ring of void stations and picket ships, past the cold glare of distant stars, The warp presses against reality like a bruise, full of things that know his name and hate him for the times he has denied them. He stands there, watching, iron halo dim, laurels of victory catching, the wind and the warp claws at his soul again. For now, as ever, it slides off. The Emperor's ultimate weapon, if that is what he is, does not blaze or sing. He just does not break.